Yo, 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 what is going on? What is going on? What is going on, world? This is the insurance junkie, your fiduciary fella, the all-star advisor, Alonzo Hall. And today I came by late night because some stuff has been going on and it's very concerning. And one of those things that was real concerning to me was an Instagram post that I saw. Um, and I'm going to share it with y'all. I don't really care about strikes or nothing because, eventually this, YouTube channel will be another stream of income. But right now it's about, teaching the folk. What's going on, Wally? Bam, in the building. So what I want to teach us about today, really briefly, is keeping that dollar in our community. And it's shameful because there are a lot of ways that that dollar is not being kept in our community, and we don't seem to know why. But if I show you things like this, you're going to understand. So let's take a look at this really quick. I'm going to do the whole screen. Okay. It's an Instagram post, right? But really important right here. How the black dollar leaves the community. Right? You see that? Hold on. I want to see how can you make this the whole screen? Right? Let's turn that up, volume up. Is there no volume in this? I don't think there's any volume in this. But you see, dude is handing over stacks of money. Now that's a young rapper dude, right? Most of these young rappers are between 16 and 27, right? When they're at the height of buying stuff like this, jewelry, etc. Boom, look at that. Stacks of money, right? He probably put that money to his ear like a phone, probably was bragging his ops put that money on his head. He definitely was, running around. I wear this much money on my neck. So this is one of the ways that the dollar keeps leaving our community. This is so very true. However, and you'll hear me say often, go ahead and get your Jordans, etc., etc. Because that's what you worked for, youngin'. You worked to be able to spend those stacks on whatever it is that you see fit. Whether that be Jordans or, a nice chain, a house around your neck, etc., etc. That's totally up to you with which you spend your money on. But just know that while you're spending your money on this, Justin Bieber is too, but he bought a franchise first. Justin Bieber, let's say this kid is 25. We're going to say he's 25. And we're going to look at how to keep that dollar in the community. Bam, my man, Absalom in the building. Salute. So let's see how we could keep that. Now, let's be modest and say that was $25,000. Which obviously was much more than that. But let's say it was $25,000. And this young black man was 25 years old. See, what there is a failure on the part of financial professionals like myself to teach these young brothers. See, what we could do is be like, yo, what often we do is be like, yo, don't waste your money on jewelry. First of all, hold on, let me show that again, because we're going to break down keeping money in the community all the way around, right? So I'm not even going to talk about life insurance yet. Let's just talk about the fact that this dude got, multiple $10,000, $100 bands. So it's probably about $100,000, right? So let's say he gets insurance on that jewelry, because as we know, he's gangsta gutta rapping, right? I don't even know who this kid is, but he's probably some rapper. Right? And the title says, you see how foolish you look, giving the enemy your wealth that you're supposed to be handing down to your children just to try to go look cool in front of some people. They don't even like you or like themselves. Build generational wealth to hand out to your children. Keep the money in our communities. Let's not even look at generational wealth. Let's look at his wealth, right? Because I'm sure he's got a nice swank little, condo. And in that condo, he's got condo insurance or homeowner's insurance, or at least renter's insurance, which, most people understand that homeowner's insurance does cover your jewelry up to $1,000. So up to 10 of those $100 bills. You see the stacks he just handed over. Does it look like any of that jewelry that he's wearing is only worth $1,000? No? Oh. Well, damn. Well, you guys know the Pookie guy, Derek Grace 2, who made that game, the home ownership game and the black economy game. He even told y'all fools, when he had a 1 kilo chain, to take it and go get insurance on the chain itself. I know y'all don't do that, because I also sell property and casualty insurance, and I rarely see young gentlemen like this one coming in getting their jewelry insured. But I sure enough hear about when somebody gets you for your jewelry, and then you got to call the big homie to try and get it back. And then a bunch of people die, including you and the big homie who wanted to get your chain back. But I digress. So on this small scale, this vaporizer, by the way, y'all, I went and bought this new little vaporizer. I had a G Pen. The G Pen's a whack. That shit was like $80. I bought it yesterday and just threw it out because it was garbage. So then I just went and bought this Evolve D Plus. It's a dry herb vaporizer, and you can vaporize cartridges. This shit is pretty lit. I didn't even go hold you. This joint right here is fire. But anyway. Now, you'll have a lot of financial professionals who will tell this young boy not to buy the jewelry at all. And I ain't going to say that, because I'm going to tell you the truth. You won't ball till you fall in this world, right? So if you've made the money, then go ahead and ball with that money, because that's what it's there for. However, you can actually protect those dollars very simply, right? So let's look. This dude is about 25, and let's say that is $120,000, which is equal to $10,000 a month. Now we're gonna tell this young boy, because young boys always say that, I ain't got the money for that, but they got the money to blow on this, right? So let's check something out. We gonna do this ill style, right? I'm just sharing my whole screen. It's easier because I'm bouncing from window to window. We're gonna use the Blue Blazer, but we ain't gonna make him 40. We're gonna make him. Let's say he was born in 1997, right? So in 97, that would make you 24 years old, right? Average age of a lot of these young men. And if we're looking at this manosphere space, bro, I can't save you niggas who's 30 plus. Your niggas is already lost. So I gotta focus on the youth, right? Those dudes who are 25 and under, right? Y'all niggas 30 plus, y'all could use the help, and it will help you, but it ain't really gonna go that far. So I sat with a client the other day who was paying $1,000 a month into his policy, but he's in his 40s, right? So let's input premium. So let's say $1,000 a month for a 24-year-old on a 30-year term policy. So this is just $1,000 a month on a term policy. So this is, buy term, invest the rest. This is renting the life insurance, assuming he's getting nothing for it at age 24. A healthy 24-year-old kid. So remember, young buck is in here shopping for jewelry. Bam, $120,000 right there, right? It's like 12 stacks of 10,000, right? So just 1% of that, right? $1,000 a month on a 25-year-old will get him almost $10 million worth of life insurance. You think you could blow $1,000 a month and maybe get one less piece of jewelry to make sure, God forbid, when you die, God forbid, when we know you're going to die, so to make sure that when you die, son, your family becomes multimillionaires? Or does this look like a waste of money? Because, let's see, how old was India Red? That dude who got shot for supposedly desecrating Nipsey Hussle's whatever, right? This guy got murdered on live TV. How old was the rapper Mo3 when he got shot and killed? Because, we always think, I got time. I ain't got to worry about this. I ain't going to die in 30 years. I ain't going to die no time soon. It's bullshit, especially if you're in the streets. When I was in the streets, I didn't think I was going to make it. Dude, when I was in the streets, I didn't expect to make it to 21. I wish somebody would have came and taught me some shit like this. This would have been lit. $10 million for less than $1,000 a month. If you under 30, right? Y'all just saw me put in cuz age. He's under 30. $10 million of life insurance for $1,000 a month at the age of 24. That's one quick way that you can actually create generational wealth and keep the dollar in our community, right? Because how old was King Von and her FBG Duck? In their 20s? Oh, Tusu? Yeah, they was in their 20s too. They was rappers, but they had that 360 deal. So it's likely that all that shit that you think they got, oh, he owns his masters, he's good. No, he don't. And if he does own his masters, think about the music today, nigga. What are these niggas' masters really worth other than jack shit? Yeah, they might be hot on iTunes for the month, but it ain't classic music that's going to last for years and years and years and years to come. Nah, them niggas ain't that, brody. So, what opportunity or option do you have? Well, $1 million, a $10 million, life insurance policy. Well, damn. Now you can actually stunt and tell niggas you're a millionaire because life insurance adds to your net worth. So for $1,000, you could be worth $10 million. But see, you niggas always think life insurance is some bullshit. You mean to tell me for $1,000, I can be a millionaire? Yep. Because a millionaire, someone's net worth is not liquid. Like when you see LeBron James being worth $864 million, that's not because LeBron James can go to the bank and pull out $864 million. That's because he has assets that value up to that. So homes, valuable art, cars, life insurance. Oh, so you mean to tell me that for $1,000 a month at 24, I could be a millionaire and really stunt on niggas and be like, yo, nigga, what's your net worth? I'm worth $10 million. Whew. Whew. Now, when you go to that jewelry store, because, we talk about dollar leveraging and OPM and all this and all I want to get my credit right and all that. What do you think having a net worth of $10 million will do to your credit worthiness? But see, we like to look on the small surface. I'll look at your little life insurance options. Oh shit, you mean to tell me, son, on a small scale, for $1,000 a month, for $12,000 a year, I can literally be a millionaire. Because it says it right here. And you know what? The screen might be small. So I'll show it a little larger for you. You know what I'm saying? Right here. Blue blazer, age 24. Right? Initial monthly premium, $983.72, aka $1,000 a month. Specified death benefit, $9,378,000. But again, this is a term, right? So this is renting the life insurance. But again, you over here, right? Like I said, ain't nothing wrong with giving away the stacks of bread. I'm a fucking label whore myself. I would like to get me $100,000+ wallet, watch like Anton Daniels and Kevin Samuels. But I'm going to say that those people, at least they have the liquidity to actually do that, right? Oftentimes, young dudes like this, all he has is these chains. If something goes wrong, he got to go sell them chains. And let me tell you guys something about customized chains and cars. My cousin is the president of an auto club. He buys Cadillacs and Cadillacs only. Every Cadillac he has to sell privately. Why? Because he gets a custom paint job, gets custom rims, gets custom interior, and gets custom sound kit in it. Well, the car dealership will give him some money for it, but it's going to be quite hard to find an average person who comes to the car dealership and wants a kitted out car. So they actually lowered the value of that car. So when he goes and tries to sell it in the private market, he either has to find somebody who really likes Cadillacs with 30-inch rims, specific leather, and 700 fucking speakers. But don't get me wrong, he works hard for his money. He should spend it on what he wants to. But you got to understand the value. So this jewelry, while it looks nice and it says OTF, the gang squad, we lit, ba 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 ba, in diamonds, nobody who's truly wealthy wants that bullshit. So now the jeweler will buy it back at a lower cost because the jeweler now has to remove those diamonds and melt down the metal to smelt it into a piece that someone would want, a classic piece. Okay? But again, that was a term policy, right? Chaos, what's going on, brother? Also, nice stream. I actually fell asleep during your stream. I was seeing you talk to the doctor. That was very interesting. But again, this is a term policy for a 24-year-old. So now, let's look at that same $1,000 a month in a whole life policy. Just a regular whole life. So let's go growth whole life. Input premium. $1,000. Like I said, we see homie putting stacks, right? That's at least $100,000 because it's 10 stacks at least of $10,000. So I'm going to say, like Kevin Samuels, $10,000 a month or $120,000 a year. So we're going to assume that's $120,000. I'm asking that young man, hey, listen, take 10% of that or $12,000. So buy maybe not as long of a chain. Maybe your chain will be 1 inch shorter, 2 inches shorter for the difference of $12,000. Right? But let's look at this. So we're going to spend $1,000 a month on just a regular whole life. See what that is for a guy who's 24. Right? Let's see. So $1,000 a month for a regular whole life policy will still get you at 24, $1.47 million. So again, on paper, you're a millionaire. Oh, damn. Niggas is grinding hard their whole life to be a millionaire. You get that 1 8 ball off. Come see me, spend $1,000, and you're a millionaire. And you can actually run around and tell people, I'm a millionaire. Because you'd actually be a millionaire. Your net worth would increase. Right? Just an FYI, the average American black woman's net worth is $5. FYI, actual statistics. The average college educated, it means degree holding, working black man, gainfully employed working black man, is only worth double that of the black woman. So we're worth $10. The average net worth of a household of college-educated black people, minus depreciable assets, meaning the family car or the mortgage, is $1,700. The average net worth of a high school dropout white man is $10,000. So you have to be fucking kidding me saying that you wouldn't be willing to spend $1,000 to increase your net worth to 1.4 million. But, of course, you niggas ain't stupid. Dogecoin is actually going to go to the moon, and Dogecoin is where you should be putting $50 a week. Because Dogecoin went from 49 cents to $1. And Dogecoin is definitely going to... Oh, wait, no. Wait, this is a contract? So Dogecoin isn't a contract. Oh, shit. So this is law. Wait, what does that say? Contract. Damn. Where's Dogecoin a contract? Oh, it's not? Where's Dogecoin guaranteed? Oh, it's not? You mean it's speculative? You mean blockchain is speculative? You mean the stock market is speculative? You mean your 401k is speculative? Meaning just like when we sit on these panels and pontificate, meaning y'all niggas is running around putting y'all money in a bunch of fucking what if? Because Dogecoin, what if Dogecoin goes to the moon? What if? This is just like an amortization schedule, when you're paying something back. So this shows you what will happen. The only what if is if you don't pay your $12,000 per year, this doesn't happen. Okay? So again, this is just worst case scenario at $1,000 a month. Okay? You do get a small cash value accumulation. You also get an annual dividend. Okay? But you're still worth $1.4 million. Bam, what's going on, my brother? Bam, what's going on, my brother? But does this make sense to y'all? Again, Black Dollar is consistently leaving the community. Right? And ain't nothing wrong with it. Like I said, I just bought a Coach wallet the other day, and I'm going to floss that. So ain't nothing wrong with even going to the jewelry store, dropping stacks like that. Nothing at all. In fact, I encourage this shit. Because that's what we work for. But he's looking at her like, damn, why did I give you that money? I ain't even got no re-up left. Come on, son. How many dudes out there was playing in the snow, having hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, showing off to the girly girls, spreading the dollars down your arm. It looks nice on the gram. But see, dudes who live that life know you was eating at the reason that the Chinese food store gets all your money is because they got $4 chicken wings. And that's where you can spend a day on food while you stand outside on the corner. Because the $200 you made off of that pack, $4 a day goes to you eating. Another $160 you save in your sneaker box for your stash. The rest of that goes back to the plug for a re-up. Y'all don't hear me though. So let's see now. I showed y'all how to just get a policy. Now let's look at a minimum non-MAC. Let's look at a policy that's actually set to build cash value. And again, this is not an S-Class Benz. I'm showing y'all a C-Class. Let's take a look at the preview. This vaporizer is just shit. So, now, we're overfunding the policy. So now we're buying less death benefit, but now this policy is set up more for you to benefit cash value-wise. Now, as you see, nothing else changed when I went over here, except I changed the plan design from just input the premium to a minimum non-MEC. So you see here, this death benefit was, again, everything else is the same. This death benefit was $1.4 million. Now the death benefit is $511,000. But the purpose of it is, again, beating up that cash value. So let's take a look here. What the fuck? Oh, damn, I made it too cash rich. So you can't even pay $12,000 a year into this policy because it's too cash rich. So I have to manipulate it differently because the company won't let you benefit from this in the way that I'm trying to make you benefit from it. So let's do this. This means you have to go to the S-Class. But if you're spending $1,000 a month, you might as well, right? That's about how much it is for a fancy car payment, right? It's about $1,000 a month. Boom. So same thing goes here. So we're going to first premium. We're going to input the premium. We're going to do a face amount of percent of target, right? Y'all don't understand what that means. Percent of target means it's just enough to make sure that the life insurance policy exists. So again, Blue Blazer, age 24, percent of target, $1,000 a month on an indexed universal life insurance. Now remember, this is growing at a compound interest rate much higher than a regular life insurance. But let's see what this gets us. So this would get him $1.95 million of a death benefit. Okay? Almost $2 million of a death benefit, $1,000 a month. And this is an indexed universal, so this is attached to the S&P 500. This is investment-grade life insurance. Okay? Let's take a look at our cash values here. So again, he's paying $12,000 a year. Over the course of 10 years, he's paid $120,000. Now, this is a policy that's just set up to exist. Remember, target premium. So technically, he's only paid $40,000 because he's technically got $80,000 worth of cash value there. And as time goes on, it's going to just matriculate. So after 20 years, he's paid out of his own pocket $240,000, but he's got liquid $290,000. So he got back $50,000. Let me ask you, in this scenario, where we're doing this for that chain, you think Maylene gonna give you 50 grand back? Hold up, y'all. I gotta roll me a J. I know I like this technology shit with the vaporizers and shit, but I'm an old school dude. You know what I'm saying? I still smoke out of paper. I'm gonna roll me a blunt right quick while I'm talking. Yeah, go ahead and expose me. Yes, that nigga smokes weed and he's a financial advisor. I also don't have life insurance and I sell it. Now, there's a reason I don't have life insurance. The company keeps declining me for life insurance because I have bad health. So again, yeah, when I was 27, I was overweight. I had diabetes and I was a tobacco user. Well, all three of those things made the insurance company look at me and say, nigga, you about to die tomorrow. We ain't giving you shit. You could sell it though. But nah, nigga, you too close to death. You are too risky. Fuck out of here, nigga. You're a bad investment for us. So your health actually determines your life insurance. So this is also another reason it's probably better to get it while you're younger. Because I can't get it. So I can't even keep my vows to my wife, right? Because I told my wife in our wedding vows that I would protect her and that I would even protect her through the grave, from beyond the grave, through the power of life insurance. But I keep getting declined for life insurance. So if the company won't give it to me, I fucking lied to my wife. Ain't that some bullshit? Right? That makes me a liar. That means that I lied in front of the witnesses. I lied in front of God. Right? That's what that means. As a man on some bitch shit, apparently, I lied to God. Right? If you believe in God, for the purposes of a wedding, when it comes to marriage, man, you taking an oath. And just like, black men, we take that oath to our gang serious, we should take that oath to our betrothed just as serious, if not more. So in my wedding vows, I told my wife, I will always honor and protect you, mentally, physically, spiritually, and financially, even from beyond the grave, through the power of life insurance. But I think I just opened mouth and inserted foot during my wedding because I didn't know I was uninsurable, especially now with my diabetes, my gastroparesis, my pancreatitis, my diabetic nerve pain, my eyes going bad, arthritis, and being shot 5 times. Oh yeah, and high blood pressure, and I'm on 2 heart disease medicines and 2 blood pressure medicines. Get this shit while you're young and you're healthy, and you doing all that wild shit that I was doing. That got me at 37, fucked up and damn near dead. I got niggas scared. I got my own family scared that I ain't gonna make it to 42. And I ain't even running the streets no more. I've turned my life around. But could you imagine had I had this shit beforehand? I could feel like a man, because right now I feel like less of a man realizing that I lied to my wife. But not only did I lie to my wife, I lied to people who came to witness our union. But not only did I lie to the people who came to witness our union, I lied to God. But not only did I lie to God, I lied to myself because I didn't know I was uninsurable. So now I'm fucked up in the game, right? It's like I said, that's that looking through the window, taking the entire picture. So now that we've seen percentage of target, and we've seen that you actually do get paid for having life insurance, let's hyperspeed this. Now, if we let's put something different. Let's say you want the most death benefit. Okay? So again, remember, all life insurance isn't the same. The only thing I changed here was the concept. So I went from target premium, which is this, to maximum death benefit for $1,000 a month at age 24. So the maximum death benefit is $3.2 million at $1,000 a month on this particular policy. Right? So, but let's look, that cash value doesn't grow. And this is why people say, universal life is terrible. People like, Sue Zorman and Dave Ramsey, them bullshit artists who speak against life insurance because they would set it up like this, right? When if I just click over or change a different funding option, like I showed you, in 20 years, you've made $50,000 off of your life insurance. But in this one, no, you make no money. So the universal life would seem like a bad investment because after 20 years and putting 240,000, you've only got 178,000 in cash value. So yeah, it seems like a terrible investment, but you weren't purchasing it for the investment. You purchased it for the maximum death benefit. So now let's go back. Again, when you're dealing with a regular advisor, they don't know how to do this. I'm the all-star advisor, so I know about different concepts. So again, we're going to just change here the face amount concept. So now we're going to put the minimum non-met, which is minimum non-modified endowment contract, and preview. Everything else is the same. But this one, you're not purchasing for a death benefit. You're purchasing for that cash value growth. So this $1,000 a month will get you a little over $1 million worth of a death benefit, $1.03 million worth of a death benefit. But this one is going to build your cash value a lot faster. For example, in this scenario, after year 10 and paying $120,000 out of pocket, you only had $79,000 worth of cash value. $75,000 worth of surrender value. I look at the cash out value, not the borrow against value. So this is the borrow against value. You should always look at the cash surrender value, which is the cash out value. That's the value you want to know. Now, making that small change, right? We look here. Everything else is the same. Same 10 years, same $120,000 out of pocket, but your cash value, your cash out value is $113,000. So technically, over the course of 10 years, you've only paid out of pocket about $7,000 for $1 million worth of life insurance. It gets better, folks. Right? Because again, this is just a young 24-year-old. So 20 years, he's 44. He spent out of his pocket $240,000. But look at his cash surrender and borrow against value at this point. $371,718. Isn't that more than he put in? Yes? Oh. Now, if you'll notice, this is life insurance, right? Now, I want you to notice something, because when you purchase life insurance and you apply for life insurance, there's some things you should know. It's going to be in your contract. So if you'll notice, it says this is an illustration of hypothetical values, not a contract. So how does it become a contract? You have to finalize it by actually purchasing the policy. Once you purchase the policy, this is no longer an illustration. It becomes a contract. The reason it's an illustration is because it's a proposal based upon what the insurance agent has entered into the software. What do I mean by that? Well, this is why when you sit with the insurance agent, they ask you, what's your health like? What's your height and weight? Are you on any medicines? When's the last time you've had a cigarette? Because this hypothetical illustration is based off of me saying that the Blue Blazer is a 24-year-old regularly healthy male that does not use tobacco. But let's say I do one thing. I change everything else stays the same, but I change it to he's a tobacco user. Tobacco use triples your price. FYI. So now, that same guy spends $1,000 a month, and he's a smoker. So now he gets less than $1 million worth of life insurance. He gets $975,000 worth of life insurance. But everything else is exactly the same. right? Except, that cash value, it's not going to accumulate as fast because it costs more to insure a smoker. And this is not marijuana. Well, no, actually, wait, is this the right one? The cash value accumulates just as fast as a smoker? That's because you get less death benefit. Wow. Well, I found the key to helping smokers. Damn, that's ill. Oh, no, it doesn't accumulate just as fast, but when you get to the 20-year mark, it's hard to... When you get to the 20-year mark, smoking doesn't make a difference. But when you're starting, it makes a huge difference in the cash values. That's the lower one. Yeah, right? Because this is non-smoker starting out, right? And this is smoker starting out. So over the course of 10 years, you only get $75,000 worth of cash value if you're a smoker. But over the course of 10 years, if you're a non-smoker, you have $113,000 worth of cash value. Well, damn. Like I said, smoking triples the price. So again, this is why it's a hypothetical until you go through with the application process. So again, you can't even ask somebody how much it is, because at this point, when I give you a price, I don't know if that's the price, because I don't know if your health is exactly as you've told me. I'll give you an example. I had a guy who sat down with me, took the policy, applied, everything was fine. When he took his health exam, it came back that he had increased PSA levels. What did that mean? He was at risk for prostate cancer. So the insurance company declined him. Now, he told me he was healthy as a whip. And that, he's always going to the doctor. Well, we have something called the MIB, which is the Medical Information Bureau. And we actually contact your doctor, and we get at least 5 years of medical records from your doctor on you. Well, he was like, yeah, I was at the doctor most recently. I'm fine. Okay. You can tell me anything you want. The company is going to dig into your information and found out he hadn't been to the doctor in 6 years. Evidenced by when we call the doctor and we're like, hey, we need medical records. And they're like, hey, we don't have any medical records. And it's not like this shit is free. The insurance company has to pay your doctor's office to get medical records. So doctors definitely give up your medical records often, even with them HIPAA laws you sign. Yeah, it happens. So actually, just a little FYI, the insurance agent themselves can actually go to the doctor's office with your life insurance application once you've signed it and pick up your medical records them damn self. I've done it before. Yes, you have to pay a little bit of a fee, but you pay the fee and then you get the medical records. But so the dude hadn't been to the doctor in 5 years. But I'm saying, he's telling me, oh, yeah, I'm super healthy. Yeah. Whatever, how much it gonna cost? Well, it ain't gonna cost you shit because you can't have it. And that dude looked healthy, was good height, weight, anything else, except for that cancer level. Boom. Fucked them all up. Now, we're gonna overfund this even more, right? So we're gonna go back to non-tobacco, just regular. We're in a minimum non-method. But now, again, and I want to compare this one to doing option B, which is an increasing death benefit. Okay? So again, everything else is the same, $1,000 a month. Let's preview that. And again, this is for you younger dudes, man. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of dudes in this space, and they be like, yo, I'm tired of hearing you dudes come up here belly aching about women. Let's build something. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas got the nerve to pay Fresh and Fit a fucking $1,000 and this nigga getting sunned by females on some real live shit. And y'all niggas won't come give me $1,000 to help your fucking self. So you opening up your ass, no Vaseline to this Myron non-ADOS nigga. Meanwhile, my black ass trying to show you, yo, let me show you how you can put $1,000 away to help yourself. And you know what fuck niggas say to me? Well, what about your commission? Nigga, am I not supposed to get paid for my job? Myron is showing you bitch ass niggas how to dry dick. Cause ain't none of y'all niggas who following Fresh and Fit really getting pussy as is being exposed. And I didn't even want to speak about that shit. But I'm offended that y'all niggas will pay this nigga who was trying to learn some red pill shit apparently 2 years ago, $1,000 to try and teach you to kick game when, number one, I don't watch that nigga, but the only reason this nigga is basically famous is because he pays girls to come on the show and talk shit, and then the real chicks, like the hood chick who snuffed him and shit, wanted to fuck him, and his bitch ass ain't even realize it. But he gonna tell you to give him $1,000 so he can teach you the game. But then when I say, come see me, sit down, let me get $1,000 a month out of you, that'll give you money. Now remember, this is option B, so this is an increasing death benefit. So what does that mean? That means that you're going to get even less of a death benefit for the same $1,000, but now you're going to balloon that cash value. So you're only getting $309,000 worth of death benefit. But this is how you keep the dollar in the black community. Stop dry dicking with niggas like Myron and come see me with $1,000. Next nigga to say, oh, I'm going to come see you when I get my money right. I should smack the shit out you. Come and show you how to get your money right here. So you 24, spending $1,000 a month on your life insurance, $12,000 a year. Over the course of 10 years, from 24 to 34, you've spent $120,000 out of your pocket. However, cash surrender value in that same 10 years, you've got $143,189. So you were paid $23,189 to make sure that if you died, your family got year 1, 320, year 2, 331, year 3, 343, year 4, 356, year 5, 369,000, year 6, 384,000, year 7, 399,000, year 8, 416,000, year 9, 444,000, year 10, 453,000, because the death benefit increases. Damn. Wait, what? So let's go back. Remember, tiptoeing in my Jordans. I went a lot longer than I intended to, but that's what happens when you smoke and talk. Niggas will give this nigga $1,000 to make that face after giving him that money. Like, damn, I ain't really want this shit, but, you know, I gotta look the part. His homeboy in the white tee and a water bottle has no jewelry on. And ain't nothing wrong with buying that jewelry. But let's set it up so that we can buy this jewelry in perpetuity. And so that the man behind the counter looks like the man in front of the counter. Why couldn't he be doing this transaction with him? Me and my wife was just having this conversation. Yo, listen, I ain't mad at you. It ain't like there's this many black vendors who can say, listen, come buy this $30,000 Breitling watch from me, or Invicta watch from me, or Citizen watch from me. Or if you like Anton Daniels, this Rolex. Right? Jacob the jeweler sent his kids to college. Jacob the jeweler gonna be able to buy Maseratis for the rest of his life. This cat will be able to buy Maseratis until he gets shot in the head. And then we all making memes and t-shirts. Little kill him up, man. He was so positive. That nigga Little kill him up, drink the lean. That nigga Lil Kill 'Em Up Drink Lean was the illest rapper, man. He was so positive. Why'd they shoot him? Listen to his latest song, Little Kill 'Em Up Drink Lean. Yeah, grr, grr, Little Kill 'Em Up Drink Lean. Niggas got money on my head. Lean, I'll kill your mother. Lean, cocaine, 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 lean, cocaine, cocaine, lean. Don't bitches and hoes, lean, bitches and hoes, cocaine, lean, kill. He was so positive, man. And then you say shit to me when I put on my Facebook post, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Hey, you have to be careful. Somebody might be offended by that. And I've been putting positive out there for a decade. Niggas go buy this nigga's album, Lil Kill 'Em Up Lean Face. And I'm going to bop to his song too. Don't get me wrong. I'm down with it. Percocet, Molly Percocet, Vascon, Percocet, Molly Percocet. I'm with all that shit too. Mailbox money, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm with all that Molly Percocet shit too. Don't get me wrong. But come on. You know this nigga's name is Little Kill 'Em Up Drink Lean. And we know every song that he has is telling bitches, bitch, I don't love you. You suck my dick. And you got a little homegirl who sucks my dick. And then niggas will come in this space and say we hate hypergamy. And then turn around and turn on the song, bitch, I'll slap you with $10,000 in your face. And then I'll fuck your homeboy's girl. Cause I ain't shit. Now sell cocaine. Now do drugs. Now shoot niggers. Now shoot niggas. Now shoot niggas. Now drop. Oh man, Lil Kill 'Em Up Lean. In later news, Lil Kill 'Em Up Lean just got killed in his new Ferrari. It's here on Instagram Live. Grr. Oh man, he was so positive, man. I'm gonna buy all his albums. Let's smoke a blunt and drink some lean to this nigga's memory. Let's buy a t-shirt for this nigga's memory. I'm gonna throw a barbecue every year in this nigga's memory. Oh shit, we got a fish fry to bury him. We gotta throw a fish fry to bury him. We can't put this nigga in the ground. Yeah, that face. We can't put this nigga in the ground. Let's go on Facebook and throw a GoFundMe to put this nigga in the ground because we have no money to bury him. There's no money here to bury him. We have no money here for his future. Oh damn, wait. He got kids? Oh yeah, his kids gotta go to college. His kids gotta eat every day. His kids gotta live with that auntie or that grandma. Damn, but ain't no money to take care of, so they gotta stay in the projects on Section 8 because ain't no money to take care of them. Oh, there's the money to take care of them. But for $1,000 a month, over the course of 10 years, he put $120,000 away and got $143,000 out of it. So they paid you $23,000 for having life insurance. Remember what they said, buy term and invest the rest? So spend $2,000 a month, my G. Right? Buy term and invest the rest. This is the investment in the rest. See, you're not an accredited investor. So when you sit with that motherfucker who's with Prime America, whose job is to fucking recruit other niggas to pay $125 a month so Prime America can have a website, which is why MetLife, the life insurance company, is no longer called MetLife. They're called Bright House Financial because they had MetLife investors selling subpar mutual funds through Citibank. Oh, Prime America. Yeah, Citibank was with Prime America too. And then they disassociated with them. Unfortunately, they have a great idea, but it's taught the wrong way. And it's executed the wrong way. You shouldn't be putting your money in shitty mutual funds. Y'all ain't in no position to really do that shit. Y'all ain't in no position to even actually pay 220 fees. Y'all niggas are in position to get these type of policies. I wish I could show y'all how we get paid off of it on a 50% commission. Because you'd be like, well, wow, that's $6,000. No, it's actually 50% of the target premium of this. So the target premium of $300,000 is like $50 a month. So the agent ends up getting paid like $600 off of this. But it's not about that. It's about the fact that if Myron was smart, when that shorty put her finger in his, and I'm gonna give y'all a game for fucking free since y'all go to a bitch ass nigga, hold your ass open, and get fucked raw with no Vaseline. See, if Myron was smart with the shorty who put his thumb, who smacked him and blah, 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 instead of getting lit off of that, he would have put her down, gave her the choke stroke, and took her to Pound Town. What shorty would have done is been like, that nigga dicked me down so good, he would have been a neighborhood hoe. He would have been able to hit and quit all her and her shorties. Ask me how I know. I know niggas who do this for a living. I got a homeboy who is the neighborhood hoe. You know why? You fuck one bitch, this bitch tells that bitch, and that bitch, and that bitch, and that bitch. They know he ain't shit, which is why Future got 111 baby mamas. They know he ain't shit, but he's good for busting the nut. Free fucking game. Now come give me that $1,000. Hit the Cash App. But again, how the black dollar consistently leaves the community. Because Lil Xanax, Papa, little lean drinker, kill 'em face. And don't get me wrong, we had bullshit names too, Ghostface Killer. Everybody wanted to be a gangster. Everybody back in our day was, I'm Jules Luciani, Fettuccine Francisco, Don Fanchetius, Luca Brava. Y'all niggas wasn't dealing with no fucking Italians. La Cosa Nostra. Y'all was lucky if y'all got to deal with Hell's Angels. My man Perfect could tell you about the gangs in California. That shit real. You know what I'm saying? You got MS-13, NF-14. Yeah, them's the Mexican gangs in the red and blue. Sewer rats and norteños. Just because a nigga is blue don't mean he like you. You know what I'm saying? And you got shit like biker gangs, like the Outlaws and the Mongols. The Mongols being a Mexican gang. And it's ironic because these gangs are very racist. We know Hell's Angels definitely don't rock with blacks. And Mongols don't rock with blacks. Now, they'll work with you. They'll give a couple of niggas some money if they understand that you're not a stereotype. And unfortunately, it's hard for them to even see those that aren't the quote-unquote stereotype as not stereotypes. Right? But there's very few people who can actually get into those rings to get the guns and the drugs to bring back to our neighborhoods, even though it's stepped on. Right? You think they giving niggas anything pure? Nah. Everything that comes through the hood is stepped on, bro. Everything that comes through the hood is stepped on. And yeah, I guess you could say I'm talking that talk. That mailbox money right there, perfect. That's just perfect right there. You know what I mean? But let's look back at this, because I could go on for hours on just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just disgusted. And it's disgusting when there's this type of money. Hey, yo, perfect. Hold on. I'm going to show niggas how to double your money in 20 years. Because, you know, when we talk about shit like Dogecoin, I'm going to do that. I need to do that. Because when we talk about investing to especially the African Americans, we talk about, oh, I have all these gains, but we don't talk about exit strategy. right? And then I heard the stupidest shit from somebody that I was smoking weed with. He was the manager of a catering company, and they were, damn, I got the munchies. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I gotta see what's on Uber Eats now. Order me something. But he says, the easiest way to make sure you don't lose in the stock market is to just hold on to it, never sell. Yes, that's true. You don't lose. You also don't gain. Because in the stock market, when these numbers go up and down, right, that's not guaranteed. You see in this insurance policy how everything is just going up? That's guaranteed. Like, that's fixed. So that's going to, as long as you put in your $12,000 a year, this is going to happen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Now, there was a question by some genius ass niggas who was like, well, I used to work in claims. I know insurance is all about claims. Apparently, you've worked in property and casualty. You've not worked in financial. Again, different strokes for different folks. Just an FYI, your insurance license allows you to do quite a few things. Yes, you can sell life, health, and accidental insurance, financial products. You can also sell property and casualty insurance. You can also be a fucking bail bondsman. Just so you know. Like if you go to the New York State Department of Finance, that's www.dfs.ny.gov. Look up in the insurance industry, you'll happen to see that a bail bondsman is a fucking insurance license. So the niggas that make you put your fucking house up for collateral, or not your house, your mama house up for collateral, so that she could get your stinking ass out of jail. You bitch ass nigga, you could have done some shit like this. Right? I got a cousin who affiliates with my cousin at the barbershop. He came through, he drives fucking fancy cars, has them all wrapped. BMWs, this, that, and the third. Nigga just went to Disney World, lit. Drops stacks of week off at my other cousin. Yo, keep it on the low, son. I drop him off a stack a week. Okay. Come get some life insurance. Nah, son, we trying to do big money things. Nigga, are you retarded? I guess all y'all niggas are, because every time I talk to y'all niggas about this shit, nobody signs on the dotted line. Is it too good to be true? I don't know. $120,000 out of your own pocket, or after 10 years, turns into $143,189. Well, is that? Oh, I'll get back to that. So let's talk about the dumbass niggas who work in claims. Who, let me check the comments right quick. What's going on, Cam? Salute. So back to the dumbass niggas who was talking about, I work in claims. Insurance is all about claims. Again, I just told you a few of the things that having your insurance licenses, and they're different licenses, different exams, but having your insurance license can do. And unlike a bunch of other niggas, I give you the authority where you can go verify and check my credentials and others. See, Tony the Closer and Earn Your Leisure won't fucking do that. Yeah, I'm calling out names like KURUPT, cuz. Fuck it. I'm tired of niggas who ain't really about it, talking about it, and letting y'all niggas open your ass, no Vaseline, learning how to dry it from Myron on Fresh and Fit and Clean, whatever the fuck them niggas' names is. But anyway, so this nigga goes, well, what happens if 50% of the people who have a policy put in the claim at the same time? Because I work in claims. And Alonzo, when you speak, you're like Dame Dash. You speak with power. You make niggas feel like bitch-ass niggas when you step in the room. That's why they be cutting you off and trying not to listen to you and shit. Because you test niggas, man. That's why they got to talk about your high-pitched voice. Oh, you a man? Yeah, because you make niggas feel like bitch-ass niggas to their face, and you will come to them and say this shit to them physically anywhere in the fucking 50 continental United States, or if I got to get my passport and travel to you, and you know I'm actually about that. But these niggas said, well, what if 50% of the people who have a policy put in a claim? Now, that's actually a very valid question, even though I make jokes about these guys. It is entertainment after all. Sometimes the shit talk makes motherfuckers listen. So they've actually taken account for that in these multiple columns. And this is why this is an investment grade policy. You won't always see as many multiple columns in a regular policy. But this is an investment grade policy. So you'll have what's called guaranteed policy values. So guaranteed policy values actually take into account if 100% of the policyholders put in a claim at the exact same time. For example, if everyone who was insured with this insurance company had COVID in the beginning of COVID in 2020 and died, and their families put in their life insurance death benefit, they would at year, let's say at year 5, that person would be guaranteed a net death benefit of this. Okay? And if that person was alive, but everybody was putting in claims and canceling their policies at the same time, you would be guaranteed this amount of cash value or this amount of surrender value. Again, the world is on fire, the sky is on fire, and everybody is dying and putting in claims at the same time at a clip of 100%. So every single person who has a policy is putting in a claim at the same time. That will never happen. Okay? Now again, 10 years, you've put in 120,000. If everybody after 10 years, COVID hasn't gone away, and everybody's putting in claims, you'll still have $90,000 worth of cash value there. I ask you to put in any investment or bank account and get that. And when you find it, call me and I'll put $10,000 of my own money. 212-470-9932. That's 212-470-9932. That's 212-470-9932. I'm going to say it one more time for the folks in the back. When you find something that can guarantee 100% unequivocally, because once you apply for it and it's enforced, it's a contract, so it would become law. So once you find something that guarantees that worst case scenario, 100%, we're at 100% loss, and you're still, you come off with a 30,000 loss, but trust me, that's much lighter than a loss that, I don't know, you took if you put your money in Tesla and got excited when it was going to be attached to the S&P 500 and it went from 1,600 to 800. You took a 50% cut. So, they also have the alternate scale, which is a worst case scenario. Now, absolute worst case scenario, your floor would be 0%, but this is the alternate scale. So this is a lowered interest rate economy. This technically happened, and this is why you have IRC 7702. Google it, IRC 7702. And again, the reason I gave my phone number is because find someone that'll beat it, call me. I'll give you 10 grand of my own money. The reason I gave my phone number, I'm confident no one will be calling, because you won't find anything that will beat that. Because nothing will guarantee it. No investment is guaranteed, which is why I can guarantee you won't find an investment that will beat that. Investments are speculative. That's why when you invest in like in a hedge fund, You get a red herring. Oh, but Tony DeClose ain't tell you about a red herring. Boyce Watkins ain't tell you about a red herring. Clyde Anderson did. I did. Check the comments. All right, we going good, right? All right. Let me sip some water. Give me a second. Damn, son, I'm out of paper. Yeah, I'm trying to finish the last bit of my bud. I'm going to take a break. I'm going out to Vegas next month, so. I know it's illegal out there. I'm going to go have me a good time. So this is your alternate policy values. And again, this basically happened. You can Google IRC 7702. There was adjustment in the tax code. But same scenario, $120,000 out of pocket. You've still got $125K cash accumulation or borrow value. And you've still got $124,000 in cash out value. So you got paid 4 bands to have like insurance. And again, same scenario. You $24,000 a month over the course of 10 years. How many of y'all, if I might open the panel for this, how many of y'all watching now or in the playback, at the age you are today, if you're in your 40s, because there's a lot of people who watch my content who are in their 40s. If 20 years ago, somebody told you, look, put this money away like this, and you'll be damn near a millionaire in 20 years. If at 24, somebody told you, yo, come hella high water, fuck an Xbox right now. They got a new one coming in 20 years. And 20 years ago was the year 2000. So we had information. We had Google. We ain't have it to the extent we do now, but we had Google in the year 2000. Or maybe we had Yahoo or Ask Jeeves. But we had access to information. Again, maybe not to the extent that we do now, but we did have access to the information. So, how many of y'all 20 years ago would have said, yo, if you put a band a month away, bro, in 20 years, you'll have almost $500,000. I could show you on paper right now how that works. You'd be like, nigga, what? Show me on paper in black and white, in ink, how that works. All right. Doop, doop, doop. Sit down with you. Boom, here it is, Mr. Customer. Mr. Nigga from the Manosphere. Here's $1,000 a month that'll show you in 20 years, you'll have only put away $240,000. But I'll show you how to be almost $500,000. And it'll be worth almost $1 million. I showed it to you on paper. I want to ask my homeboy. I want to think about it. Nah, this can't be true. You didn't just show me this on paper in live time. Nah. I'd rather control my own money, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather do it myself and be self-made. This is self-made, you stupid fuck. But, you know, hold up, because this is what you prefer to do. Damn, what the fuck? Why is the sound? It's the sound button right here. Why I can't turn the sound on? There we go. That makes it even funnier. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. What is the black dollar, by the way? The black dollar is the dollar that's circulated in the community of the African American diaspora. Diaspora. Those who are congregated or communed in a community similar to those of the ghettos that happened to the Jewish in Nazi Germany. Those whom were in a letter from Harry S. Truman to Adolf Hitler in the 1930s asked, why do you treat the Jewish man like this? Well, I am only going by the way you treat the American Negro. Mr. Killer, that is the black dollar. Is that sufficient enough of an answer? Hopefully so. But that's the dollar that allows you and I to do this with each other. Right? Kevin Samuels and Anton Daniels both buy expensive ass watches, but they got to go to this dude, but they're trying to talk to black men about being high value, etc., etc. Do you think if there was, especially someone like Kevin Samuels, who does speak specifically to black people, and guess what? Even though Anton Daniels is not a black-centric channel, the rest of the world sees him as a black thing because, unfortunately, there's not enough representation of blacks in many industries, right? So people like Cynthia G, who get talked about in this area, will say things like, we're dominated because we don't control. How many black dudes can I go to and buy jewelry from that's fucking real, that's not his, that he bought from somewhere, that's not at a pawn shop? Anton Daniels can't come by a Breitling or an Invicta or a fucking Rolex from another brother. There's not too many black jewelers out there. I can't find too many black dudes on 47th Street. That's the Diamond District in New York. Yeah. Where they got fucking cufflinks made of solid gold for $2,000. Expensive shit. That's probably where this dude is. But there's not one of you and I there. So that's the black dollar. The dollar that this motherfucker gets to take, open a business, buy Maseratis, buy his big ass house, be in New Jersey in a flood zone, but happen to have enough money that his property didn't get flooded because he actually got the proper height to his house. But see, the house that he owns in, East Orange, that, people who look like this guy right here live in, that drive downtown to go to his store and buy this jewelry and then go back to East Orange or New Brunswick to not be around guys like that look like him, but to show off to guys like this guy. Yeah. Well, that money, that's the black dollar. The black dollar is if you took everyone who looks like you and I in this country spending power out, we would be the ninth largest nation on the planet, wealth-wise. That's the black dollar. So again, let's look here. Because at 24, look, you ain't looking at retiring or nothing, so you've already started your retirement account. So in 30 years, right, you're 54. Now, I know we're approaching some gentlemen who are in this age range, right? Kevin Samuels is 55. Right? High value, right? He talks about that. He talks about if you're not making $10,000 a month, then you're not high value. So $10,000 a month is $120,000 a year, which really ain't high value. It needs to be at 250,000, especially since an accredited investor as a single person is 200,000. So 120,000 really ain't high value. But if at 120,000, you can spend 10% of that to protect your income. But over the course of 30 years, remember, this is an increasing death benefit that I showed you. So 30 years ago when you were 24, you were like, damn, $1,000 a month for $309,000 worth of life insurance? That's terrible. You're not buying the death benefit. Again, a lot of people will sell you towards the death benefit, but you got to know what you're looking for. So let's look here. 20 years, right? So we're at 30 years. You're 54. Now you're getting a little older. You're near Kevin Samuel's age. Now you came out of your pocket $360,000. It's a lot of money. $1,000 a month for rent for 30 years. Oh, shit. Niggas do that. Or they'll say, well, buy a house and spend $1,000 a month on a $360,000 house. You know, with interest, you pay interest first on a mortgage. So when you buy a house, you end up paying 3 times as much for it. So you're going to end up paying about almost $600,000, almost $700,000 for that house when you mortgage it. And since most people refinance in the first 7 to 10 years, you're going to end up paying a lot more. But $1,000 a month on life insurance, it depends on what I get from it. I don't get nothing. I mean, I just die and somebody gets a check. Oh, really? So you're 54. You've put $360,000 out of your own pocket, but you have, let me make this bigger because I don't think y'all can see that, right? So again, this is policy year 30. Client age 54. Premium outlay annually $12,000 or $1,000 a month times 12 is $12,000. Okay. Now we remember the first column is guaranteed, the second column is if, but the third column is what's actually going to happen. So remember that death benefit increased. So 30 years ago it was only $300,000 death benefit. Now you've got wife and kids and responsibilities. Well, you didn't need to go get more life insurance because your life insurance grew with you. It's a $1.5 million death benefit. You know what? When I was 24, I had my first kid. I'm 54. My kid is 30 years old. I don't need this if I die. They don't need this money if I die. Okay, so take it out. And you've got $973,000 there. Or you can flip that money in your investment and wait till you're 55, till the end of year 55, spend another $12,000 and make that $973,000 turn into $1,050,000. So let's do some math, right? So you spend, what is that, 360K? 360,000 minus 973,916. You've spent negative $613,916 over the course of 30 years. What does that mean? That means the insurance company was putting money away or saving for you or paid you $613,916 for being alive, for not dying. Oh shit, I'm getting paid for living? Yeah, motherfucker, life insurance. How many fucking times do I gotta say it? Oh shit. Lonzo, you just blew the gates open. We about to go see our homeboy who's an insurance agent that have us do it. All right, go ahead. I'm going to tell you this nigga named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. and this thing called the Skyhook. And the fact that there's a lot of NBA centers who actually have worked under Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to try to learn the Skyhook. And they still can't do it. So good luck with that, y'all. Because there's a lot of math and manipulation. Oh, yeah, and your homeboy, he don't get paid the way you think he gonna get paid off of this, so he's not gonna want to do it because he's not gonna figure out the math. I mean, I can show you real quick how we get paid off, but I'll show you the calculation. So the target premium, 1899. So I would get paid off of $1,899.25. Right? Meanwhile, you're paying $12,000 a year. Normally at a 50% commission, I should get $6,000. I get $1,899.25. So again, this policy ain't set up for me, it's set up for you. Right? The reason I don't mind telling you how I get paid, because the state of New York requires it, technically, if you ask it. And I'm sure somebody should ask it. Salute. What's up, bro? What's the good word, man? So, in fact, let me drop the link right quick if anybody does want to come up. Just for shits and giggles, or what have you. But again, man, let's just look at this shit grow some more, right? Because this is 30 years on somebody who's 25, starting at 24, right? So you're halfway through. Because, see, the rest of these niggas is grown and done. But let's go further, right? There's people like BGS who are seniors in their 60s, right? So let's say at 64. So at 64, you came out of pocket. And at 64, you're still alive and kicking. My mother-in-law is in her 60s, and you're still alive and kicking. You ain't rocking in a wheelchair and shit. You still fucking in your 60s. So shit. Let's think about that. At 24, you're not thinking about that. But ask BGS. If 40 years ago somebody would have told him simply put $1,000 a month away, and on his 64th birthday, yes, he spent almost $500,000. But I've what? Tripled your money? Let's look at this. Let's look at this. $480,000. Right? That's what he's come out of pocket. Minus 2,008,375. That's 1.528375. So the insurance company paid the Blue Blazer $1.5 million for staying alive. Okay? $1.5 million for staying alive. Meanwhile, I know rappers who are going crazy, who sat with me and went and do $1,000 a month, and they homie is named Mo3 and got shot in the fucking face in Dallas. But it's on your spirit not to trust a nigga, because I ain't got your best interest at heart. Meanwhile, you buying jewels, my nigga. You dropping jewels on shit. And your fucking Facebook and Instagram says you making this money, living how you want, doing what the fuck you want, and making sure you leaving shit for your next of kin. That don't look like you leaving that, my nigga. And I know them diamonds that you buying cost more than $1,000. You throw that shit around in your music videos, my nigga. You do this in your music videos. right? But then when I say, well, hey, listen, this life insurance policy is going to make sure that, hey, listen, by the time you're 60, you're going to have $2 million. By the time you're 55, you'll have almost $1 million. Shit, by the time you're 45, you'll have $500,000. And by the time you're 25, you'll have $23,000 more than you had when you started. And then niggas do this to me. And they make this nigga's face. And then they go here and they... I'll think about that life insurance, bro. I mean, it depends on what I get out of it. I don't really see no point because I don't really get nothing out of it, man. I mean, I'm single. I ain't got no kids. I don't need life insurance. There's no point in me having life insurance. Even though I tell niggas to work to get $100,000 a year, I ain't gonna sign your contract because I don't really want no fucking money. I want to sound like it. I want to bellyache about bitches all day. You fuck niggas starting to get me aggravated. You niggas start to have me start drilling like other niggas in this space. What in the fuck? I'm showing you niggas in black and fucking white, cuz. At the age of 24. See, unfortunately, a lot of niggas, this is too late for, who are, because now what happens is, I've had a young man who asked, well, why would I get life insurance now? He was 27 versus, when I'm in my 40s. Well, here's what happens, young man. When you're in your 40s, number one, life don't go how you quite planned it. FYI. Because, when I was in high school, let's see, I am 37 right now. When I was in high school, I knew that at the age of 37, I was going to have multiple Benzes, multiple houses. Of course, I had no plan for this. No, I'm sorry. I did have a plan. I was going to be a rapper, right? I was going to be a rapper. And, because I was going to make it, even though everybody's going to be a rapper. Everybody in the manosphere probably rhymes, right? And there's a few thousand of us. But, that's because we was all going to make, we're all special enough to be the one who makes it, right? I mean, life insurance, we're not all going to die. So I don't need to worry about this shit. But, we're all going to be the one who makes it in rapping. We're all going to lose ourselves in the music the moment. You better never let it go. You only get one shot. Do not miss your chance. Till you're 38, you're still rapping. All right. I mean, DMX made it at 38, yeah. Listen, now it's a hobby. Don't think about getting on. Just do it because you love it. Ain't nothing wrong with doing it because you love it. But don't be trying to monetize your rap career no more. If you 35, 36, 40, bro, the rap career is over. Like I said, if you love it, do it as a hobby, spit every once in a while, that's fine. Oh, no. Exactly, Rob. What's happening, brother? Actually, let me do this right quick. Ryan, how are you, brother?
Peace, man. What's going on? What's going on with you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just, I was really, you know what I'm saying? I was triggered a little bit because I keep hearing about this damn Myron ass nigga, and I'm like, niggas are really paying this nigga $1,000 to sit with him to get game, and niggas will scoff when I be like $1,000 on life insurance, and they be like, well, it depends on what I get out of it. I'm like, hey yo,
wow.
I don't know what to say to that, bro. But
that's crazy.
at the end of the day, it is because of perceived value, right? And so part of the struggle is that that value isn't perceived because nobody's ever showed it to anybody like this. I know agents who, I'll give you an example. I know other financial professionals who carry credentials outside of and above some of those that I carry. And when I was speaking to her about comparing life insurance to an amortization schedule, she was like, "What in the hell is an amortization schedule?" And I was like, "Ma'am, you've been practicing this business for almost as long as I've been alive. How do you not know what an amortization schedule is?" So I realized that even licensed professionals in this business don't understand the power or the concepts into what it is that we do.
Right. Well, I just think that I mean, there's a lot of people who complain about immigration. It's funny to me because many of the people who complain about immigration don't even utilize the tools in the system to actually benefit themselves. If they actually focus on using the tools in the system to advance themselves economically, they could care less who crossed the damn border, who comes over here. They're saying about 2053, which is not that far away. Black wealth may fall to zero by 2053.
That's 30 years, 33 years.
Yeah. At 30 years, I'll be, sitting, reading a book, smoking a cigar, chilling, in the Cayman Islands somewhere, enjoying the fruits of my labor that I'm doing now. This is an article by Black Enterprise, and it talks about college, and person said going to college is the first business decision many people make. This dude, Jeff Wilson, author of the book The Lies Our Parents Were Sold and Told Us, which is something that I've been saying for a long time. He said, you don't go to college to build wealth. You go to college for a network so you can generate higher income producing opportunities. Now, man, I've been saying this for the longest. When the economy crashed in 07, 08, man, that was a wake-up call for myself. I mean, it was a wake-up call for a lot of people, but many people went back to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And because the paradigm that we were taught up until that point basically collapsed on itself. The go to school, get a job model just was obsolete at that point because the environment changed. And the problem is that none of the old Black people have or had any answers for us. They didn't have anything to give us because they told us, well, if we integrate, we'll do better. Well, obviously that wasn't true. And so, especially when those same people that integrated, old as hell and asking younger people for money to survive. Right. So clearly we know that strategy doesn't work. So then these same old people, ironically, elections come around and they vote for a senile president who has basically done nothing for them in the party that they voted for since really the 30s. So And I tell I tell black people all the time, man, like, don't listen to these old ass fucking black people, man, about money because they don't know anything. Just
Yeah.
if you don't believe me, all you gotta do just go to the old people in your family, and all you gotta do is just ask them one question: do you have a life insurance policy set aside for somebody in the family? And most of them are gonna say no. And once they tell you no, you don't need to ask any more questions. You don't need to ask anything else because that's going to show you just the sheer level of incompetence that is there. Because many of these people spent their whole lives wanting white people to accept them, looking for white people's love and hugs and marches on Washington and all this other bullshit. And when it came for you to have a trust fund, it was no trust there, and it damn sure wasn't a fund there.
No fun, man.
So, and this is a moment in time that really, especially for Generation X, millennials, and zillennials too, because millennials gonna have to figure some things out too.
Hmm.
They got a little bit more time, but they're gonna have to figure some things out too. Um, while black people are sitting here, especially, I'm specifically directing this toward black men, having these tennis matches with females that's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, argument that is not. We know we've made the logical argument. There's no way that they can defeat the logic that we have used. Um, but I think that for a lot of men that they want to keep the argument going back and forth too because many of them don't even actually have a plan.
Hmm.
It's one thing to say women should submit to you and take your leadership and things like that. That's cool. But like I said on Edward Anderson's show one time, if the women said tomorrow, okay, we're gonna follow your leadership, we're gonna get on code, we're gonna submit, you're the man, we're gonna follow you, we're gonna follow you to the promised land. What's your plan? I was like, would a lot of these dudes be ready? I just don't see a lot of these dudes really being ready. You know, there's productivity and then there's excellence. You know, and when you start talking about taking things to like me and you, when we're talking about insurance, like we don't just I tell you all the time, I
Yeah.
refuse to allow people to nickel and dime you. Like I just because I know your talent, your skill level is too great for that. So we talk about different things behind the scene. We're talking about looking at emerging markets to tap
Yeah.
into to get this money. Why? Because I'm not comfortable seeing black people just nickel and dime you and waste your talent. You
Mm.
know, that would be like putting LeBron James. Let's see. That would be like putting LeBron James in on a high school team.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like your talent is just too great. He needs to be in a different kind of league to really appreciate his talent. You can't really appreciate your talent on a high school team. It's just
Yeah.
no competition really. And he showed that even when he was in high school, like really there
Yeah.
was no competition. That's why he came straight from high school to the league because he was going to even be beyond those dudes in college. So, um, and this is a moment, for a lot of men to really, especially in the spaces that we, are in, you know, um, many of these guys, they love those conversations about female to female to female to female to female to female to female. They love it.
Yeah.
Um, But when you have actual solutions, to issues that are going to be issues, like, here's the deal. Whether these women get it together, even for the women, whether you think these men don't have it together, I mean, that's, up for debate. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, when your ass get 60 and 70, man, how you going to take care of yourself?
Facts.
See, when you're 60 and 70, these goddamn conversations ain't going to matter at that point. Man, you at the twilight of your life. You don't have the same energy and strength as you used to. How are you going to take care of yourself? How are you going to provide for yourself? How are you going to live comfortably? When we was reading that article the other day, it was talking about how, people from Mexico use the life insurance industry in the United States to preserve and grow wealth.
Yes.
Black people, do y'all really understand what this type of information is really saying? It's saying that there are people, you worried about white people all the time. You better worry about these Hispanics. You better be worried about these Asians. You better be worried about these Nigerians. Before you know it, you're going to look at America. You're not going to even be able to recognize this place because you're going to be so out of the freaking loop, man. It's not even going to be funny. You're going to be so out of the loop. Was in the land for 30 years, and I get the word, I get updates from people there all the time, and just talking about how different it's looking and the development and places that I saw when I first went there in the late '80s, and how, man, them places gone and new development, and it don't even look the same, and how it's just shocking. Like, yo, man, they tore that down. Like, dang. So, because I remember when they tore down the projects, I was like, damn, no more Bankhead? Like,
crazy.
No more Carter homes, no more Bowen homes, no more projects by Clark Atlanta University. Like, it was a game changer. So, the world don't stop moving, man. The world keeps evolving, and the one thing that doesn't change is the concept of change. Change is going to come regardless.
Exactly.
And black people need to, I've been saying for years, you rather be a part of the change than be the one that's forced to have to change because you wasn't prepared. So it's your pick, because the change is going to come. Now, you could be a part of the change, or you could be in a position to where you're forced to change. So that might mean gentrification is the change, and you're going to get your ass up out of there because you can't afford to live there. So, the reality of the situation is that in terms of competition, like this male female stuff is just, it's like, man, you got bigger fish to fry. Like, at the end of the day,
what's crazy? I think, actually, I'm gonna show that real quick, because there's something you mentioned that made a lot of sense, and that was this: at 50 and 60, these conversations start to look a lot different. So let's look at everything else. I'm gonna put this back to option A, but I want to show this robust policy, but with Blue Blazer being in his 60s. So let's see. He was born 6/1, 19 what? And that's in his 50s. Okay. Actually, let's have that conversation at 56. Right? Because I'm sure there's some men who can. Kevin Samuels is 55. Right? $1,000 a month at 56. Now, it's a whole different conversation. Remember, everything else is the same. We're still overfunding the policy. But again, young man, this is why you want to do it while you're younger versus when you're older. I got too many windows open. Hold on. All right, that should do. Come on. There we go. So at 55 or $56,000 a month gets that same guy something very different. So it gets some. Again, this is overfunding the policy at an absolute minimum. So you're buying the least amount of life insurance that $1,000 can get you, because the idea is the less death benefit you get, the more cash value you grow. So you're paying for the least amount of life insurance that $1,000 a month will get you, or at least death benefit. So again, at age 56, first of all, it'll only get you $130,000 death benefit. Okay, and over the course of 10 years, from 57 or 55 to 65, you pay $108,000 into the policy, and your cash surrender value is $118,000. So you still come out on top. I was actually trying to make the scenario look bad, but this is absolute funding it. Now, again, the young man asked, well, what's the difference of waiting from when I'm 24, like this one, to when I'm, let's say, 44? Now, Rod, you're what, 42, correct?
Right.
Okay, so you can easily tell someone who's 24 the absolute difference. See, at 24 or at 22, it's very different from when I'm 44 or 42, because now I have responsibilities. I probably got some kids running around. So if I'm in my kid's life, that's time, energy, effort, and money spent, as well as money spent on child support. Then as a 40-year-old man, I have to take care of myself, and there's certain living standards I'm going to want to have. At 40, I don't want to live in a basement with two dudes playing Xbox where we're each renting a room. I did that in my 20s, right? I want an apartment of my own in my 40s. So if I want to bring something nice home, I can do so. Not that I couldn't do that in the basement, but you got skeevy dudes who are from the halfway house if we're renting a room together.
Right.
And I know in New York, a room for rent goes at about $1,000 a month. So, but at 24, it makes a whole lot more sense because you got the expendable income to do this. See, at 40, I can't spend $1,000 a month and live in a basement and spend that other $1,000 a month on a life insurance policy that guarantees in 20 years I'll have $500,000 liquid. Because I ain't got that type of time in 40. But at 20, I put that money away. I ain't gonna do nothing but spend it on what is that game? Fortnite skins. So I can look like Darth Vader on Fortnite. So why don't I just I'm sorry. But
Real talk, man.
Put it in this, right? So suck it up, live in that basement, thug it out with the old Fortnite skin for a couple extra months, so that at 40, because I'm almost 40, I still play video games, right?
Yeah.
But if I got $1 million, now at 40, I can actually afford to go buy all the fucking Fortnite skins and really whip ass in the game. And since I've got all this extra expendable income, because I got this $500,000 here, this is just if I surrender the policy, I'll probably have a little more time freedom too and not have to go to work. So,
and see, the thing is, it's because so many things are open up to the younger folks than it was, coming up for us. especially from a dude's perspective, like from a man's perspective, man, this is one of the greatest times to be alive for a man
Yeah.
because because you don't have the historical need to, settle down early to help out the community and protect and all this other kind of shit. Man,
Yeah.
you literally can be like, man, I ain't thinking about marriage till I get into my late 30s, man, my early
Facts.
40s. Until then, man, I'm about to get on this paper chase, man. I'm gonna stack my money crazy. And, you know, I tell dudes like in their 20s, man, unless you marrying Obama's daughters or somebody like that, man, don't even think about no chick for no girl, no girlfriend. In this
Yeah.
day and age, a girlfriend is a bill. A
You said a
girlfriend is
girlfriend is.
a girlfriend is a bill.
Yeah, it's a
She's a bill.
hindrance.
She's a bill that you do not need. You do not need that bill. You do not need that bill to get no ass either. So, you know what
At
I mean?
all.
Like at the end of the day, like no, she gonna be more of a hassle because you know, at least when I was, in high school coming out of high school, college and stuff like that, like yeah, you might have dealt with a chick or had a chick you consider your girlfriend, like, but you didn't have to be Dr. Phil and shit. You know what I'm saying? You didn't have to go through all that type of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I feel you.
you didn't have to go through all that type of stuff and figure out what a family background was, this and that, and all this type of stuff. Now,
You
at
need to
18,
know.
19, 20, man, you got to know her damn genetic history and uh, what her mom is on, and is she taking any meds? I mean, you got to do so much damn vetting, man. You'd be like, man, is it really worth it? You know what I'm saying? As it relates to
Damn, that true.
people as
She's
an
taking
group
any
anyway.
meds.
So it's like, why do all that? Why sit here and pay these goofy ass dudes $1,000 when you can take that same $1,000, take your ass across the border to Mexico, smash you some chicks, pay a little money, come back across, and don't have the hassle of having to have a chick that's a bill. That's another bill because that's what she's
Mm.
gonna be. Because most of these chicks, especially if you're in your 20s, they young like you, they broke, they ain't got no money. You know what I'm saying? They ain't coming from no family. If she coming from a single mom background, she ain't got no. Her
They
family
got
ain't got no
no.
money. Her mom ain't got no money. Her mom
Mm.
asking her for money. So how she ain't got no money like that.
Shit, even if
So
they come from money, her mom gonna ask her to ask you for money. That's
right,
how.
exactly.
Trust me.
So
Listen,
it's not
peep
gonna be
game,
worth
right? Real quick. My wife was in Virginia last week, and uh, she had gone. She had took the train from here to New York. Right. I like I said, I physically reside in Connecticut, but I work in New York City, so it's only like an hour and a half train ride. But she took the train to New York and then took a cab to the airport instead of just taking an Uber from here to the airport. Now, the Uber from here to the airport would have been about $200. And I was like, listen, just take the Uber. I'll pay for it. Now, when she got back to New York from Virginia, because she told her mother about the fact that I was willing to pay for her Uber, she, being a kind daughter, paid out of her own pocket for her mother's Uber ride to go back to Brooklyn while she took the train back here to Connecticut. And then she asked her mother for at least half of the ride back. And her mother says, well, didn't your husband say he was going to pay for you to ride from the Uber from the trains? I mean, from the airport home. So why don't you just get your money back there? Luckily, my wife was like, no, he was going to pay for that for me to ride in the Uber, not for you.
it. I
But
mean, she's just trying to include her in that too.
hey, I was like, that was cute though. But they try it, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They try it.
Yeah.
But that's why you do have to vet, and you also have to teach your woman, hey, listen, you in this with me, I'm in this with you. You can't be letting your mama influence you to get your Uber ride out of me.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, but see, that just goes to show, like, you know, we're we're seeing this live. Like you know, I've been saying for probably about 7, 8, 9 years that a word that black people are really going to have to learn, and it's an ugly, dirty word for black people. It's called retirement.
Mm-hmm.
It's a scary word because you got to think about things like how you gonna live, how you gonna eat. Um, if you have to go into an old folks' home, do you have the money to pay for those upscale homes? You know,
Mm.
or you gonna be in a place where they getting paid $8 an hour and they mad because they gotta wipe your ass and they abusing you,
Right.
or just keeping you doped up so you just sleep all the time so they don't have to worry about you.
Mm.
You know, so you know, you know, and we're starting to see, baby boomer generation of women. We're starting to see the early signs of, man, this shit ain't really looking too good for them, man. It's looking ugly. I mean, I was looking at some numbers about a month and a half ago where it's saying that I think the fastest growing population of homelessness is older black women, and it makes sense because they're not married. So you're not married to your husband, any husband. So usually in history, because men died early, women could get, if they had retirement, they could get their social security and they could live off that, relative comfort for the rest of their lives. You got women out here who have been untethered, never been married. If they've been married before, they're divorced, going into their old age years with no money. This
Mm-hmm.
is something that Kevin is trying to constantly hit these women upside the head with. Like, look, you looking for a perfect dude, you better be trying to look for a dude that can help you eat when you old. Because you past that time to be picky. You 50 something years old, you 40 something years old, you in your late 30s. You better get real. Like, because
So
now
let me
it's,
show
it's
you something else. And this actually attaches literally to what you're talking about. So I know we've never talked about this before, Ra, because I always got to save something extra just to wow the fuck out of people in the future. You can get guaranteed lifetime income from your life insurance. Well, you probably didn't know.
oh
But
shit, here you go. Here you go with that bullshit.
so you saw I was manipulating something over here.
Right.
Right? So these are what's called riders. Okay. Now, riders do change the cost of the policy, things like the death benefit, etc. But their features and benefits, or you could call these like aftermarket parts, like calipers for your brakes or a spoiler for the car. Right? So I always, if you add the lifetime income rider and you do it at a level income, and this person I started at age 50 with the income. Okay. So if I go back to the policy, right? So that's everything there with that rider. And then I preview it. And again, this is germane to what you said. Folks are sitting there getting older and not realizing that they have no money. So, lifetime income rider. If activated, This rider provides a monthly cash flow for the life of the insured. Hold on. Do you want me to read that again?
Please,
If
kindly,
activated,
sir.
this rider provides a monthly cash flow for the life of the insured if certain conditions are met. So benefits under this rider are funded via partial withdrawals and loans from the policy, which will reduce the cash surrender value and death benefit available under the policy. There is no charge for this rider until the benefit is activated. At that time, your policy must meet certain disbursement requirements, and you must select one of the following irrevocable disbursement options. Okay? So those options are level, increasing, and potentially increasing. So level is obvious.
Hold on. Does this work? Does this work kind of like a reverse mortgage?
Yes.
Okay.
So you build the equity up in it, and then it pays you the equity back. So you have increasing, which is a 3% increase, and it multiplies the corresponding disbursement payment from the previous year by 1.03 or 3%. And then potentially increasing, it says it multiplies the disbursement payment from the previous year by 1 plus X% if the S&P has risen. Otherwise, the disbursement amount remains unchanged. X is determined by the company at the beginning of each year and is guaranteed to be no less than 4%. So that 4% is part of IRC 7702. The problem is insurance companies are only growing at 1% over the past, especially during Trump. They weren't growing that much. So we've been growing at a 1% economy for some time now, and we've been guaranteeing 4%. Talk about being upside down, right? So remember, this kid is 24. I told him to put $1,000 a month away since he was 24. I'm showing him in black and white on paper at age 50. So that's less than 25 years of putting that money away. At age 50, he'll have a minimum of $1,498 a month to come to him till the day he dies.
Man, if you take that money, hold on. If you take that money, if you take that $1,500 and you go live in Bali, Colombia, Brazil, man, you living like a king. You living like a king.
And it's
you
less than
more
20 years. And I know these young men want to travel. If you ain't trying to deal with the shit here, no problem. Make a plan for it. If you try and deal with the shit here, no problem. Plan for it. I already showed you all about the disabilities, but bam, look, at 50, putting $1,000 a month at the age of 50, you're going to have almost $2,500. Guaranteed. What does this mean? That means that at age 50, if you get $2,405 a month every month, and then you die at the age 85, they will have given you $1.3 million. I'm sorry, $1.03 million. Meanwhile, you built a cash value of $530,000. And let's see from 24 to 50 how much cash you actually put into it. at 24. So basically 50. So it's 240. It's 252. We got another 30. Another 48,000. So it's $288,000 that you've come out of pocket. But at the end of 288,000.
1.03, 288,000.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, yeah. Here's where they were talking about IRC 7702. I didn't know they talked about it. I've never read this shit. I should probably read this shit. It's terrible that I've never read it and I know it like the back of my hand. But imagine if I actually read this shit. So yeah, it says
that just proves to the audience how really good you are at it.
Appreciate it. It says an activation charge will be deducted from the account value on the date of the first disbursement. This charge will be a percentage of the account value on this date. At the time of activation, the specified amount of the policy will be reduced to the minimum allowable under Internal Revenue Code 7702. So there that goes. So yes, young man who's single and childless and has no kids yet, there's an absolute need for you to have life insurance. I didn't say have a death benefit. I said have life insurance. Where did you hear me say about dying? Well, except for dying at 85. Because, you hopefully you'll live that long. That's another 35 years from 50. Right? And our life expectancy is what, 72? So that's another 22 years technically. Listen, I don't see any way that you're losing with this at all. Oh yeah, this is attached to the S&P 500. Let's read this here. This is for illustrative purposes. Again, it doesn't become a contract until you actually accept the life insurance policy. So that happens after you've applied, given your blood and urine, they've taken the first payment, and the agent delivers your policy to you. That is when this is no longer an illustration, and it's actually a contract, because it will be part of your life insurance policy. Anybody who has a cash value life insurance policy should probably look through the packet, and you'll find the illustration. You'll find all of this, and you'll see the section that I always show, which is with the numbers. These are contracts. This is why we create this. That's why it's not a life insurance quote. It's very different from car insurance. Car insurance is made to not pay you. Life insurance is made to get you paid. Do car insurance companies sell life insurance? Yes. But they technically sell it when you get liability-only car insurance. What do I mean? Well, let's look at most people who get liability-only. They run around with state minimums. New York state minimum is $25.50.10. What does that mean? That means you get up to $25,000 per person in the accident, up to a total of $50,000 for the entire accident, up to $10,000 worth of property damage. And this is for the people outside of your car. That's why it's liability. So let's say you're driving around and you got state minimum, and your car insurance guy says, hey, you can get a discount with the, I don't want to hear about no discount. Just give me my car insurance. I'm ready to go. Well, hey, we can save you $10 a month for this life insurance policy. Now, I ain't worried about it. Okay. So that $17, $25,000 life insurance policy you declined to get. You're driving down the street. You got liability only. Somebody else is, I don't know, just they driving down the street and they ain't even got no insurance, right? They're in a stolen car. Well, you crash into them and they die. And well, with a stolen car, it wouldn't be a good scenario because they were in the commission of a felony, so technically they wouldn't be getting paid. But let's say they had no insurance. And a lot of people do drive around uninsured, even though a lot of people also drive around underinsured, which is why you have uninsured, underinsured motorists. But that $25K, when you get in that accident, that's going to pay for that person to die. So that person dies in the accident and you die in the accident. Well, the car insurance company will pay the person who died in the other car's family $25,000 because they died in the car accident. It was your liability, your fault. But you died in the car accident and they're going to tell your family, sorry, fuck out of here. He didn't have any life insurance with us. You can be like, but yeah, he had car insurance. He got into a car accident. Yeah, he had liability only. He didn't, 15 minutes or 15%. He took the 15 minutes and saved 15%. He didn't want to talk to us, so we let him get what he got. And that motherfucker dead. See you later. You want to buy a policy? Damn. So yeah, car insurance companies don't really sell life insurance except for basically the death benefit. They're not going to have a policy that's robust, that's going to pay you. Like I said, you're building up this, but all you need is half of this to build up this cash value to trigger this event where they're paying you $2,400 a month. That shit to me is insanity because it's stupid money. But again, if you don't know about it, how you gonna do something about it? But listen, bro, I just realized it's 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. My eyes getting red. I'm about to call it a night. Any last words real quick?
Keep doing the good work, bro. Keep doing the good work, man.
No doubt, brother. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, remember when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. Salute. Oh, well, fuck it. I'll stay on for a second. We got other people now.
No.
Chaos, what you?
Man, I just come in, just jump up, saying what's good. How you doing? It's good. Yeah.
Listen, now you got to talk. You got me up here. I got a second wind. Yeah.
You got a second wind? God damn, bro. I was saying what's up, man. I must jump back down because it's after 2 up here as well, man. I don't think I have anything else to say because you lay out mostly everything that people should know what they want to get into once they sign up for the insurance. I mean, it's not hard nowadays. I mean, niggas gotta stop being stingy with the money. That's all I gotta say, If being stingy said they didn't want to pay no insurance, come on, you want to put some money down on something tangible. Why front, man? For real, man. For real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, it's funny that we had this conversation about when I did open mic a few days ago. And I talked about with that female? Alonzo, can you remember the conversation? It was something about some type of insurance.
Divorce insurance?
Yes.
Or marriage insurance, yeah.
There you go. And no one really talk about that. Confused. There's marriage insurance. Yes, marriage is a business, isn't it? You know.
Yes, it is. Marriage is a business. So again, it's an alternative concept. But the idea is definitely, to protect yourself and your betrothed. It's like a prenup almost.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi, Adrian. How are you? I was just about to speak to you, but I have this lollipop.
Are y'all being cute?
Not cute enough, but yes, we are being cute.
Is it look cute and being cute? Looking cute and being cute?
Yes. But what I was actually showing was earlier what wasn't cute. I don't know how far along you've caught us, but
I've been with you for about 2 minutes, if that.
okay. So let me do this. Let me add to the stream and show you what we were looking at, which is this. Hold on, let me turn the volume on. So that always makes you giggle, son. That's hilarious.
What just happened here?
Well, that was a young rapper, probably named Little Kill Face Drink Lean. I don't know who he is. And he was purchasing some jewelry. And so somebody actually made it a meme and said, this is how all of the wealth leaves the black community. We're handing it right over to go look good for people who don't like us. And it's terrible because, we could do something simple like a life insurance policy instead of going to Fresh and Fit to try and learn game and give this guy $1,000. They could come to a financial professional and spend $1,000 and actually help themselves. So we were talking about that, and different concepts. Ra was speaking about people overseas and in Mexico who are actually looking to take advantage of the life policies. And then Chaos came up to ask some questions, and then we have you. So now we can actually make the circle complete.
Well, you can apply the appropriate Adrianism right here.
It looks cute, but it ain't cute.
There you go.
I love that.
Oh God.
That's the local Adrianism that we have. That should be dropping on our folks because we be doing stuff that. Go ahead, Adrian.
It looks cute, but it's not cute.
So, like I was saying, here's the thing, right? We were talking about people like Kevin Samuels who talk about the high value life. I told you I called into his show and he explained to me that I was not high value. I'm high value homeless. Why? Because I don't make at least $10,000 a month yet. Fair enough. I'm not mad. I just got to work harder. Because if we're being honest, $120,000 a year income doesn't exactly make you high value. First of all, you need to probably be at least $250,000 just to be even considered an accredited investor. And we were having this conversation as well, which is it income or is it net worth? Because income is one thing, but net worth again, like I was showing in this policy, was it this one? Let me see. So even with this policy, you're almost worth $1 million at 25 years old or 26 years old. You know, that is net worth because that goes to your worth on paper. Does that make sense?
Oh, you know it makes sense to me, Alonzo.
All right. So yeah, I think I might wrap it up though. It is 2:22 in the morning on the East Coast. I just realized you're on the West Coast.
Not yet.
And a lot of folks are, at least. But that's true. We did have that conversation. I got a lot of stuff going on, so don't mind me that stuff crashes sometimes.
No worries.
But you know, we'll get it together. But yeah, so that was one of my major issues, though, was just the fact that, you know, in this space, often a lot of the men are actually tired of hearing the same old conversation. Evidenced by the men on this panel. And so I think, men, that's a challenge to the other men. And I'm going to start it off and challenge the men in this space. Let's go ahead and elevate ourselves. Not saying that we aren't, because there's a lot of people who are having valuable conversations. But what the general public is seeing us as, and I'm grouping us all together because that's what the general public is going to do if you're a black man on YouTube making content, your black manosphere, whether you like it or not, is they're going to lump us all together as incels who are crying, whatever. I done seen some stuff of some people whom I had no idea existed. The manosphere is much larger than I was aware. So with that, there are a lot of people and being influenced in ways that maybe they shouldn't be. So I'm going to charge myself to continue to put out information and content like this. And I'm going to challenge a lot of the men whose spaces I frequent to come with more challenging content. Some of them already have fruitful content. Some of them not so much. And I understand it's a challenge because, you know, I've been going for 2 hours and I got 2 people in the box. I get it. But there's also someone by the name of the Budgetnista, who's a black financial advisor, who's a woman. 98% of her people are women who are black. And she has over 600,000 followers. So also, black men, this is a message to us from a black person who's a black man in a financial space. Fellas, get your ass over here. We need some support. The financial services industry itself is catering to bringing in more black women as opposed to bringing in more black men. We know about Alonzo Herndon. How did he die as a millionaire in Atlanta, Georgia during pre-Jim Crow slavery? Right? There's no excuse.
Let me read something just to put things in perspective for what's out here operating in this space. First of all, we need to understand America was set up, man, to make money. Black people are going to have to get off of this. It's amazing to me how the very black people who are constantly complaining about what white people don't do for black people are the very same types of black people who won't even goddamn get a damn life insurance policy for any family member in their family. That's the irony. The same black people. The same black people. Now this is from the Black Enterprise website. Obviously, they have a magazine. They have a magazine. They're talking about black wealth being at zero by 2053. Now, these are just some statistics concerning the women, which is what I was talking about earlier about, all that shit sound good. And I don't even, man, let's check. We'll see you at 60. And we'll see does that really still hold weight. Um, it said that if the economy, hold on, let me get. If the economy is growing at 3%, you have to earn 6% to build wealth. Your income has to grow faster than the economy. Unfortunately, if you have massive amounts of student loan debt, your earnings will not grow faster than the debt burden that just kicked in. The statistics are even grimmer for African American women. Many reports have shed light on the dismal link between education and net worth. While Black women are being applauded for being the most educated demographic in the United States, and this is a Black source for all these Black people that love to talk about, well, those white statistics, there is a harsh reality that undermines this acknowledgement. Net worth still remains low. Single Black women with a bachelor's degree, ages 20 to 39, have a median net worth of negative $11,000 to zero, while the white woman has a net worth range of $3,400 to $7,500. Married Black women with bachelor's degrees, ages 20 to 39, have a median net worth of negative $20,500 to $7,700, while white women have a net worth range of $18,700 to $97,000. Single Black women with a bachelor's degree, and this is the demographic we was talking about earlier. Single Black women with a bachelor's degree over 60 have a median net worth of $11,000, while white women have a net worth of, listen to this number, $384,000.
Hold on. Go back to the start of that one.
Single Black women with a bachelor's degree over 60 have a median net worth of $11,000, while white women have a net worth of $384,400.
That's astronomical, especially when I've seen that with my own eyes. I know two women, one white, one Black. They both worked at financial institutions. They both retired. And what you said, I both sat with them. I sat with both of them. And what you said is almost 1,000% to the T what their situation is. Can go ahead. Keep going, please.
Said married Black women with a bachelor's degree over 60.
Hold on 1 second. What'd you say, Adrian?
I asked him what he was reading.
That's from Black Enterprise.
Black Enterprise. Oh, okay.
Married Black women with a bachelor's degree over 60 have a median net worth of $424,000, while white women have a net worth of $778,000. So we can see how beneficial marriage is. So what's the solution? We always hear that. Lonzo. What's the solution? We have to change the conversation from working harder to working smarter. The harder you work for someone else, the more taxes you are subject to pay. I'm not just talking about income taxes. There are lifestyle taxes that communities of color disproportionately pay that no one really talks about, says J.D. Smith, a Chicago-based wealth coach at Wealthy Women Daily. We have to be equipped with the knowledge to transform the income we make into wealth we can keep. Your money has to start working for you if you want to build wealth. The stock market has been one of the greatest generators of wealth in the last decade. No matter the level of education and hard work that has been put in by African Americans, many have not been able to take advantage of stocks as one of the best wealth building opportunities that occurred after the Great Recession of '08. Wealth flows through us, not to us, says Smith. We are constantly transferring money from one institution to another. We go to school and have to take on additional jobs to fund our education and overall living expenses. Money typically goes from our jobs to the education system. And this pattern doesn't stop after graduation. When we get into the workforce, money often flows from our jobs to pay hefty mortgage and student debt payments to keep up with the lifestyles of our colleagues. We need to allocate more money toward investing if we want to build wealth. Like I said before, man, there's just really no excuse for each generation of Black people to start at ground zero. Like I was saying earlier, my wake-up call was the economy crashing in 07, 08. And the reason why it was a wake-up call was because everything that the older generation, the previous generation had told us, it was wrong. It didn't work at that point. Now, it might have worked for them in the 70s and 80s, but when it came for me, you know, being in college and many other people that was in college like I was during that time, the bottom fell out. You know, you have much more competition from foreigners. You know, the dynamics of the economy had changed. You had tech really coming in, grabbing a hold. You just had, in terms of a financial environment, it just changed. And Black people were not ready for that change at all. As a collective, Black people were not ready for that. Now, there were people who, I got a book that is called How Rich People Think. And one of the chapters, it says, it's a heading at the beginning of the chapter where it says, a bad economy is the Black Friday for wealthy people. Because when those prices drop, that bottom fall out and prices drop and things get real cheap and you can get things for pennies on a dollar, they spent that time, you know, getting ready for the bus. And then when the bus happens, they're sitting there ready to take advantage and buying up the property and things like that so they can come back, boom, and get people to obviously pay money to live in, you know, things like real estate, things like that. So, whereas people who live paycheck to paycheck, they sitting out there during Thanksgiving, Black Friday, trying to get the iPod, you know, iPad, the cheapest one they can get at Walmart, you know, about to kill each other trying to get cheap consumer goods. And so that's just the difference. That's the difference in the mentality right there. Like I've never participated in a Black Friday. Never. Like I just never did it. And you know, for me, that time, you know, 07, 08, you know, that was a scary time. But it forced me to really try to figure out and understand, yo, what's going on out here? And started, you know, thinking differently. Had a homie, you know, he was doing real estate as well. And we just got away from the pro-Black conversation. And I just went back to a family conversation because to me, that's really where the center of gravity is in your life. Because at the end of the day, if you can't make money with your family, if your family doesn't want to come together and pull their resources together so y'all can get wealthy, then as far as I'm concerned, that's just those are just relatives. They're not your family, because family is supposed to help you help self-actualize the best version of yourself. And if they're not willing to put that money in, it just really it just doesn't help you. It doesn't help them. Because if you're younger, you're in a position to do more because you got more energy. So it will make sense that they will invest more into you. So when they're in need, when they're older and things like that, you can help them and it doesn't hurt because you've pulled your resources together to the point where you good and they're good to a certain degree, and it doesn't take that much to really help them as they get older. Because when you old, I mean, you don't really need that much to actually survive. So
Yeah.
this this article is really really good. It's from a black source, so black people can use it. It's white people information type stuff, and we have publications like Black Enterprise that's been around for years. They always, I mean, that's what they talk about, literally black businesses, and the reality of the situation is, I believe that these conversations about the relationship, don't get me wrong, they're important, but what we're saying even in this article, is the reality that the married women did a whole lot better than the single women.
Right.
they just did a whole lot better. Whether they was a black woman or a white woman. White women doing a little bit better, but the married black woman still did better. So and at the end of the day, it's not really what you make. It's what you can keep. And if once you store enough of what you keep over time, that disposable income can be investment money into a business to where you can have your money work for you instead of you working for your money. And that is a very easy concept to grasp. That's not complicated. The problem is that black people just don't want to work with each other. That's really the issue. It's not the system. It's not that, because we saw in the article, the foreigners are coming here and using the very system to make money. So it's not that it's unfair. It's just that black people just don't want to use it because, like me and you talked about, it's boring. They don't want to have these conversations. They rather be talking about 21 Savage and what he rapped about. Man, you heard them bars he was spitting and all this silly stuff. And at the end of the day, those folks is getting money. I mean, people are looking at these people as entertainers, but those people are business people. They're making money. They're in the business of selling their music. So it's a business for them. This ain't like just they having fun. Like this is a business. You know what I'm saying? They got to deal with budgets and allocating certain resources for marketing purposes and all types of stuff. It's a business for them. So these people got it twisted. It's an entertainment business for them. They call it that for a reason because it is a business. So this was I think a really good article. I'll drop it in the link so people can see it for people who watch the video later. It's a great article.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead. I think that that is awesome. So one thing that you did mention was people who live paycheck to paycheck in our community. Well, in America, that's 80% of America. But let's look at some alternative strategies. So maybe it's unaffordable for folks to spend $1,000 a month on their life insurance in 24. And I understand that might be cost prohibitive. No problem. But there's another strategy that we're definitely not using. Right? And let's look at actually. She was talking about something about this. She was talking about a family member of his that's elder that has already taken care of all her pre-needs and everything's paid for. That's great. But here's something else that we can do. Give me 1 second. Salute, Ice. Let me finish this statement, and then I'll let you open up. Here's something else we can do that can be a strategy for us. So look, it's cost prohibitive for maybe just me to spend that money. So if we get a policy on grandma, even though she has a life policy already, or she has her pre-needs, if I get a policy on grandma and it's 4 of us together, so 4 of us pay $250 each, that's $1,000 a month for grandma's policy. And then we know grandma's 96, so any day she's gonna go.
Alonzo,
we're gonna get that benefit.
Alonzo, you kind of breaking up.
Morgan, hold on, I'll come back. All right, Ice, go ahead.
All right, what's going on, fellas? What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, peace, man.
Peace.
Yeah, peace. Doing well, brother.
Indeed. think one of the main things, I would say with us is that we don't prioritize things. We don't prioritize our success. We don't prioritize our future. We don't really look at, as far as where we want to go. We don't really even know what we want. Because if you know what you want, you can align yourself with what you want and prioritize and make those steps to get there. Now, the other thing to add into it, it's what are you working for? Now, are you working for a paycheck or are you working for knowledge? That's when you have to ask people the core questions. Why are you doing what you're doing? You'll get the answer right there. Because I have to pay the bills. Or are you working to learn the knowledge? Because, if you get the knowledge of what you're working for, you can actually build a system. It's all about systems. Just like with, investing, trading. I mean, I do a little bit of investing, but I'm more into the trading aspect.
Speak on trading a little bit, brother.
Speak on trading. Well, trading is a process. If you look at the whole investing aspect, right? If you look at that, people get caught up in the emotions. As he said, it's like the black market. It's really no different in the trading aspect. It's always a black market. On the come up is just basically looking at
Exactly.
the resistance versus the breaks, and then you can study your entry points. It's volatile because the people are volatile, so it's just taken advantage of because people get caught up in the aspect of losing money. I don't want to lose that money. You can. It's really a lesson thing. So it's like once you really learn from it, then you learn how to basically become more of a profitable trader. So people are too focused on basically being a master trader or a great thinker. I focus on being a profitable thinker and a profitable trader.
Would you suggest to start small and then go large, or go balls to the wall right off the bat?
It just depends on your style. Depends on how you learn. You could start as small as like what, $100 and build up from there. But then if you start up with $100, what it'll do, you're learning the psychology of trading, right? Because you're supposed to not trade any more than what I would say 8%. So what you're developing when you're trading small is self-discipline. Self-discipline is very important in this. Like, going in this thing, if you're like an overachiever, an alpha, or whatever like that, everything that made you successful in the workforce or, your own business venture, you're going to have to park that when you get into this. I'm telling you, it's because then you get caught up because then you try to make up for that. You get into the revenge trading and then boom, it's people that have had blown accounts.
I'll tell you what. Are you familiar with a company called Maverick Trading?
No.
Okay. So a lot of these companies, again, my experience comes from a lot of Wall Street shit.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of Wall Street shit, believe it or not, you guys are going to fucking die laughing when I tell you this. But most Wall Street guys didn't get their job on Indeed or any job site. Most of the dudes on Wall Street got their job from Craigslist.
Mm-hmm. Jesus. Wow. And these people are the ones handling your money. That's scary.
Yeah. Dude, my stockbroker job I got on Craigslist.
Jesus.
If you look on my LinkedIn, you'll see I was a stockbroker trainee in, I think, 2013 at EJ Sterling. I got that job from Craigslist. Guess where I got my first insurance job? With New York Life. I'm sorry, with Aflac.
Okay.
Craigslist.
It's funny.
You know what else I got from Craigslist? No, let me stop.
Yeah. Oh man, it's funny how you can get. It's kind of like a one-stop shop, right?
Yeah, it really is. But so it's just funny to see that this is where these guys get those kind of jobs, right? It's not, you're not really going to see, now you're not going to see somebody who works at, Goldman Sachs get his job from Craigslist. But, somebody who is a broker at EJ Sterling or, Maverick Trading may. But again, Maverick, they'll give you $25K to start of their own money to trade while you learn. So if you have some experience, it may behoove you to put it into practice with them because your experience is already carrying you. And their money is at risk, not yours.
Absolutely.
But you get to keep, I think it's like 80% of the commission.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
So what did you learn from that though, in your tenure there, as far as like
from EJ Sterling? What do you mean? What did I learn?
No, from the insurance. I mean, not the insurance firm, the investment firm.
Well, I'll tell you. Actually, I learned a few things. One, racism is a motherfucker. Because boy, oh boy, do people like to call you the N-word when they get mad.
It's crazy though.
But see, here's the thing. Okay, here's how it worked. You've seen the movie Boiler Room?
No.
Okay. Have you seen the movie Wolf of Wall Street?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of what goes on in that movie is very true. And then almost 100% of what goes on in that movie, to a certain extent, depending on the level of monies you were making, is true. I'll put it to you like that. Okay, not everybody had Ferraris and Quaaludes, but trust me, it was dudes doing some a little everything.
A little California diet.
Yeah. Little California diet. I like that. So I'll tell you what I did learn as well, though. Habit and discipline. What do I mean when I say that? So there's a few things. One, habit and discipline. So as a stockbroker trainee, you have to be in the office by 7:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. Okay? If the train lets you off and you end up at the door at 7:31, guess what? You don't get let in because I'm trying to let this person, hold on, I got to see how to zoom my damn computer. But you wouldn't get let in at 7:31, okay? Because 7:30 is 7:30. Make sense? So they wouldn't even let you back in at another hour, which is insanity. Oh, hold on here. There we go. I'm trying to admit this next person in here, but my freaking laptop won't. Give me 1 second here. Cass, I'm going to bring you down, bro, because unless you got something to say, I know you was going to hop off anyway.
No, I'm a.
All right, brother.
I'll talk to you later, all right?
All right, brother. Thank you. All right. Real deal. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? I didn't know you was up this late.
Money never sleeps. What do you mean? I thought you knew.
Man, I'm researching and studying as well. But respect to you, Alonzo, Rael, and also to you, Mr. Turner. Respect to you.
Respect to you as well. Indeed.
Thank you. So, but back to bro. Listen, with the California diet, man. Here's the deal, though. That discipline, like I said, 7:30 in the morning. If you're not in that door by 7:30, you could be walking up to the door. If he's looking at his watch and you're walking up, and he sees you walking up, if the clock ticks 7:31, he's closing the door and locking the door. Okay, this guy was the VP. This guy came to work every day with a bag of sandwiches. What do I mean? He bought a loaf of bread and some shit to go in that loaf of bread and ate that same thing Monday through Thursday. Friday was a special day at the stock brokerage. Friday was the day that we all, as a team, would go out. You had to make sure to dress as if you were going to go out on the night, and we would all go out for drinks, etc. And more California diet.
Nice.
You know what's funny? I went to a drawer for a batch of leads, and it was the West Coast drawer. And there was a huge bag of fish food that was at least 3 pounds in the lead drawer. We'll call it fish food. But that's what I say when you see what's that, Wolf of Wall Street? That's real.
Man, that's a high. I mean, it's a very intense environment, though, as you would basically would know.
Say that one more time.
I said it's a very intense environment. I kind of like stuff like that.
Yeah, it is a really intense environment. So here's what's cool, right? I still remember my pitch. And that was one of the funnest things ever. If you've never had the opportunity, one thing that was taught to me, and the women aren't gonna like this, but it's don't pitch the bitch. And that's something that they would say on actual fucking Wall Street, because that's actually where the fuck I was. 39 Broadway, actually fucking Wall Street. I was on Wall Street during Occupy Wall Street. And them motherfuckers would tell you don't pitch the bitch, meaning do not solicit to females when you're talking stocks and investments. Even if the woman was Oprah, don't pitch the bitch. That's what they always said. Why? Don't know. But these were white men on Wall Street. I don't know why they said that, but that's what they would always do. Now, a lot of it came from the 50s when the woman would be the secretary, so it wouldn't make sense. But, some things just carry on from the good old boys club. And that's one of those traditions.
And it's crazy because I know a woman that has actually came down here. She used to work in New York, working Wall Street. Morgan Stanley. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's crazy. They said like don't pitch the bitch, but there's actually a chick that's on Wall Street right now that's like one of the top tier people.
She's on the syndicate. She's actually on the trading desk. I know the girl you're talking about, and she's in her like 20s or something.
Yeah, don't pitch the bitch, right? Hey, you leaving a lot of money on the table.
Yeah, okay. He said, "Don't pitch the bitch." All right, you go ahead and not. I'll pitch the bitch and get her money too.
Exactly.
He said, "Yeah, right. Don't pitch the bitch." You know, but that's funny. But that's the thing that just used to stay consistently for one reason or another.
Just this guy is crazy. Oh man, that's some
I
real.
guess different sales tactics for different situations.
Definitely. You know. She
All right,
said,
how
"I'm
much-
not looking like it." Why?
How much coffee you had to drink working that job? I know y'all had to be able to go full maximum overdrive when it comes to coffee. Coffee, cigarettes, and a sandwich.
Actually, there was copious amounts of coffee and cigarettes. Copious amounts. I still over here cracking up.
Because boy, dealing with motherfuckers like that, boy, you can't help but to have a hard edge.
Yeah, bro. Well,
Plus,
like I
it's
said,
New York too. Shit.
so here's the deal. As a stockbroker, when you're a stockbroker trainee, you haven't gotten your spot on the sales floor yet. So you have to stand during opening bell to closing bell. So opening bell is 8:30 a.m. Closing bell is, she says, so we're not talking about a woman with an MBA in financial planning. They shouldn't pitch to. Exactly, Adrian. You're a female, so we're not supposed to pitch to you. But like I said, all right, you don't pitch the bitch. I'll do it, and I'll get all her money too while you leave that money on the table. And then we'll see at the end of the day who's getting the new Rolex.
Exactly.
And they'll be like, Johnson, good job. But Hall, you over here got the damn 72 accounts. Well, how did you do it? I don't know, boss. I didn't pitch the bitch, and she listened. And then she bought from me while you didn't. I'm telling you, man. Women have the money now.
That's the whole thing. You don't really, and that's another thing when you say don't pitch the bitch. This is where I can flip it because you're not really selling it to her. Because if you present it, clear and concise enough to where it makes sense. I'm saying, and then on the one end, see, you gotta understand this. When it comes to like finances and money, other people's money or maybe their money, women are very, very practical, right? But when it comes to other things, they can be a little bit, nonsensical.
Big fact.
You get to keep in mind too. Where guys, where you get them at is because, whereas they could be practical and maybe, I would say a good bulk of the areas in their life, except for romantic endeavors. That's when they kind of get into a little fantasy world. Believing that the chick likes them for them. Like, no. She likes you based on her state of survival. Like, she'll do anything for her survival, just like you'll do anything for a good time at the end of the day. And I think guys kind of forget that in the process. I mean, maybe that might not have anything to do with that, what we're discussing, but that's just a good, add-on, like on your way up. Just keep in mind that, women aren't necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. They're just a thing. It's up to you. It's a double-edged sword. You just got to understand why they're around you.
Facts.
And don't be a lick or, put yourself in a position to be, for them to get their lick back. They felt like they didn't get what they wanted out of the situation.
Hey, listen, actually, I was talking about that. Like I said, I might do a whole stream about that. But marriage insurance. Now, I have to make a distinction because there is such a thing as wedding insurance. And that is actually a property and casualty product. So you can call up your local State Farm and get insurance from your wedding. That's to make sure that if it's called event insurance. So you're insuring your event. However, wedding insurance or marriage insurance, I should say, is actually insuring the marriage. And if the marriage should dissolve, you've got insurance there to protect it. So I think that's an awesome concept. You got a question?
Yo.
Speak about
my bad.
The wedding insurance. How does that work?
Yeah, how does that work? I had a question just like that. How would that work?
So again, wedding insurance is going to be basically event insurance. But in the event that there is, things go wrong at events, the event doesn't happen. Like the Fire Festival, remember that with Ja Rule and them?
Right.
So,
me and my dad talk about that all the time on the phone when we mention about Ja Rule, but
that's what I need to bring. Yo, if I meet Ja Rule, I'm gonna get to 1,000 tomorrow. We're gonna bring Ja Rule up here. He gonna talk. So, but it would basically be like that. So an event doesn't happen. It doesn't have to be a total friggin' fire festival, but the event doesn't happen for one reason or another, or something catastrophic happens. There's actually money to reimburse you for the event not taking place, and stuff like that. Or if shit goes crazy at the venue, for example, your crazy Aunt Sue, who's a drunk, gets a little loose with the Jack Daniels and knocks over the speakers of the venue, right? So now the speakers go and they break the guardrail or whatever, and it's a bunch of damage. Well, they're going to be looking at you to pay for that. I know you rented the venue, but you didn't, rent the equipment. So you get event insurance for that. So, because crazy cousin Sue gonna knock down the Swan and break somebody's speakers. So for $37, it's worth it to protect. God damn it! If my crazy cousin Sue, drunk ass, does something, then we good. And if she don't, all right, it's $37 less.
Yeah. Man, I love the insurance.
So you can insure anything from athletes insuring their arms and legs to like Beyonce has her legs insured, to Tom Brady, he has his arm insured.
I think J-Lo had her ass insured. And many of the football players have their knees insured just in case they tear their ACL, stuff like that. Yeah.
Man, I need to get my hairline insured just in case. Just in case.
No, that was a good one. Yeah.
Shit, because I got male pattern baldness in the family. So, yeah, I definitely need to get some insurance on that, though.
Yeah, bro, listen. Yeah, you gotta call Lords of London, though, for that one. Because they'll actually do it.
You see, and this is something that they don't tell us about nothing in great detail.
Yeah.
And when they do promote insurance, they always promote the insurance that's pretty much, how can I say, lackluster at best, minimal protection at fullest, by a company that's pretty much how can I say, very scrupulous. So, Alonzo always pretty much put that battery in my back and also my audience back for them to be able to figure out, okay, get you life insurance. and also get you a setup when it comes to annuity plan with the life insurance. Because I'm really writing that down, and when I'm really ready, we can be able to do that expensive consultation that you got for about 20, 40,000. Wow.
There you go.
Fuck around and we do some commercial real estate shit because, dude, the marriage license, I thought people just had the prenuptial agreement and pretty much postnuptial agreement, and that was it. I didn't realize that they had all this.
Even attorneys aren't aware of it. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. There's tax strategies that your longest running CPA is unaware of that you can take advantage of with life insurance. How do I know? Because some of my mentors in the insurance world actually make a killing by teaching CPAs about life insurance, because CPAs then find out that they can get their insurance license because they're a CPA. And I know some who did it, but if you don't know how to manipulate these products, even as a CPA, it makes your license useless.
Okay.
You have to really be taught how to manipulate these products. I didn't just wake up one day and like become, a super insurance savant. But, it took some training and things of that nature. And I do a lot of training, believe it or not. Very much just like a basketball player who does a lot of dribbling. You know what I mean?
True.
How much do you like? How many hours a day? What's your time frame as far as like how much time do you put into just doing your research, studying your craft, and everything like that?
Daily?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, believe it or not much. Now it's more teaching. So I'd say 2-3 hours a day. Because it's just now it's just about speaking to people, and kind of teaching more of what I know. But in order to learn it, it took me quite some time. Over the first portion of the decade of my career it was strange. So I'll give you an example, and it also matters because can a woman insure a husband's penis from impotence? Damn. Maybe.
Wow. That's a question.
But so starting out the career, it was a little difficult. But the dynamic was I actually got to see things that most agents don't. Right? So one of the first things I got to see was I had a client whose policy endowed on her. Are any of you guys familiar with what that is?
No.
Okay. So basically, when a life insurance policy endows, it means that the person who the life insurance was on outlived the policy. So you say, well, how is that possible? Well, today they've got rates of mortality that will run your life insurance policy until you're age 122. And though that seems crazy today, it also seemed crazy in 1939 when this life insurance policy was purchased for this woman to be alive and kicking in, 2013. Right? Because in 1939, I think she was like 10 or whatever but the policy was 10 cents a month. And the insurance man used to come around and collect the premium. This was when black people bought life insurance in droves in the 1930s. And it actually changed in the 1970s when we got checking accounts and auto pay. That's when black people stopped buying life insurance in large numbers. But so yeah, there's the policy endowing and actually helping a client who outlive their life insurance get paid by their life insurance was awesome. And then another experience that will change things for you is what's called delivering a death benefit. So that's when you walking into somebody's funeral and you don't know nobody at this funeral. But you walking, hey, is Miss Smith? Miss Smith? Are you Miss Smith? You Miss Smith? Everybody looking at you like you crazy walking in this funeral. Then you finally get to Miss Smith. She goes, yes, I'm Miss Smith. What are you doing here? My husband's funeral. Why are you bothering us? You reach in your pocket, you pull out an envelope. Here you go, Miss Smith. The hell is this? Oh my God. Oh my God. Tears in the eyes. She hugs you like you are a member of the family. Well, that's the power of life insurance, because now she's like, wow, I don't have to worry about paying the mortgage ever again. Because even though my husband's not here, the mortgage is paid off. This is enough money to pay off the house, buy me a Benz, retire, pay the kids college, whatever. But she didn't have that financial stress. And the embrace that you get from somebody at that moment is just, it's amazing. Go ahead, bro.
But when it comes to all this, I feel that more tax strategies needs to be explored and implemented. Seem like a lot of people pretty much feel like, well, they're going to get our money anyway, so why do we have to? No, that's a terrible outlook. Had a person that pretty much says that if they raise the taxes at 62%, then he pretty much said, well, it's their money. I said, now, I've had a problem with that, pretty much referring our tax dollars as the government's money. Mm-hmm. And then when I mentioned about tax strategies, they saying, oh, that'll get you locked up. I said, Jesus.
It's fear. So, that's actually amazing, because one of the life insurance is a tax shelter. So again, there's something called a MEC, MEC, Modified Endowment Contract.
Okay.
I just showed it to you guys actually with the life insurance illustration that I showed, where after 10 years, you're being paid for having life insurance, right? I didn't even have that up anymore, but after 10 years, you're being paid for life insurance. So there's actually a tax shelter strategy with life insurance already. And part of that is how people like Donald Trump paid only $750 in taxes.
I need his account. Matter of fact, I need his strategy.
You need his life insurance agent.
I need his life insurance agent.
That's why.
All you need is me. Yeah. Because I know how to put together a MEC. Most agents don't. Okay. You either need me or somebody on my team, because anybody who joins my team, I'm going to teach how to do this stuff. But, that's why I'm looking to expand, dude, because I'm looking to actually, I can't do this all alone. So I need brothers like you guys to be able to learn this and teach it, right? Like you guys, you bring me up on your show and you let me get going. That's valuable, because now I'm reaching a broader audience. More people are able to hear about this. It also helps you, because when you talk to somebody about credit building, or tax strategies, it makes more sense, right?
Yes.
We talk about credit worthiness. Let's talk about qualifying for a mortgage. One huge thing about, credit worthiness is, versus liquidity. They can actually save that money in a life insurance policy, add to their net worth, which helps their credit worthiness.
Great strategy.
Oh, just so you know, I'm down with like my insurance. Oh, your insurance license also allows you to repair credit. Actually, let's take a look at something real quick because I want you guys to see what's called lines of authority. Let me see here. All right. So this is the NIPR, which is the National Insurance Producers Registry. Let's see here. So we're gonna go to the producer database, which allows you to look up, a producer, right? I'm not trying to download it. Can I just put it on the screen? Damn. I'm trying to just show it on the screen right now. There we go. I'm trying to show you guys the lines of authority that the credit that these have. Let's see, license lookup. Because there's a multitude of lines of authority. Here we go. Renew, change, intact, line of authority, apply for new license, homepage, I don't want to apply for a license. I know my NPN. I'm trying to look up an agent here. Let's go to licensing center. Let's see. Add line of authority. So this will actually show you individual. The fuck? Yeah, let's just do it like this. All right. So let's see here. Let's do producer licensing. So let's look at the states. Let's look at, for example, Connecticut. And let's go next here because I happen to have my license in Connecticut. So these are the lines of authority that I have in Connecticut. Life, accident, health or sickness. I don't have my life settlement, but you can be a life settlement broker if you have your insurance license. What is a life settlement broker? That is J.G. Wentworth, where you would go buy people's life cash value out of their life insurance and take over the policy. As a fraternal agent, meaning, like the Masons can sell their own life insurance. Fraternal organizations like the Alphas and the Kappas and the Greeks, they have their own life insurance companies that'll have different rules than major life insurance companies. One may be that you have to be part of the organization to be eligible for a policy. They'll have a casualty adjuster. So this is all lines of casualty adjustment, only auto insurance, all lines except for workman's comp or workman's comp only. Yes, you can deal specifically with workman's comp. So you can be a certified insurance consultant in life, accident, or health, or property and casualty. You can be, again, a life settlement broker. You can actually be a motor vehicle police department or a physical damage appraiser. You can sell travel, not just travel insurance, but you can be a travel agent. You can be a public adjuster. You can sell reinsurance and surplus lines. So there's also lines of credit authority here, which I'm surprised they took off. But again, those are some of the lines of authority that are actually available to you with your insurance license. So different states do have different things. But that's definitely something that's heavy there. What she say? Tax planning was a major component of my financial planning program. Yes. She said, get cute for real, gentlemen. So yeah, she wants us to get out here and get cute. And as do we, fellas. We want to get ourselves right and exact, right? So, like I said,
True indeed.
part of the challenge is having these conversations. I had a gentleman who was in his 40s when I was in my 20s, and he asked me, do guys like your age talk to each other about retirement and stuff? And I was like, nah, we talking about a milli. That was a hot song at the time. And
God damn, it's been that long.
Yeah.
Mm.
13 years, bro. 2008.
They sneak up on you, man.
My
Yeah.
president is black. My diamonds is blue.
Mm-hmm.
Lonzo, did you do health insurance too?
Yes. I have my license. I hate dealing with health insurance. So
Why? Why do you hate it?
major medical is what I hate dealing with. Okay, so there's in the industry, we call health insurance things like long-term care and disability, critical illness, hospital indemnification, stuff like that. So your disability insurance is actually health insurance. It's not a life insurance product. It's a health insurance product. But I hate major medical because major medical is convoluted. Major medical is why everybody thinks insurance is a scam. Because major medical is a scam. Major medical, just like with the injection, they can't be harmed or sued or anything for anything that happens. So major medical created a pamphlet or a master book of prices for every hospital. But every hospital created their own, so they just charge random prices for whatever. The reason they did that was to create the prices so high to make sure that everybody had to have insurance. But insurance doesn't, when they charge you or me without insurance $1,000 for one aspirin, they put that on paper, but the insurance company pays like 50 cents for that same $1,000 aspirin. So that's why major medical sucks. But what was your question about it?
No, I was just, these health insurance companies, man, they getting money, bro. They getting money. So I was just curious to see if you ever had thought about going into that direction since you had got it, but you just don't have any interest in the health insurance aspect.
Yeah, no, none at all.
Respect to you guys. I'm gonna have to drop off on the panel. Lonzo, it's always a pleasure being around you, dog. I always learn something new. Respect to you, Rael, Mr. Turner. Hope everybody has a productive week. And Lonzo, we'll probably be on a panel sometime this week.
Okay.
Talking about the same old real estate. And the funny part about it is, before I do leave off, is now I know what you mean about assignment. Now I've finally reached it where now I'm gonna have to rely on my transactional funding partner to be able to save me out of a deal. Had this situation where the deed pretty much says the deed of the home pretty much saying that the property cannot be assigned, pretty much the due at closing type of deal. So so I got to pretty much use my thinking cap on. But I respect everybody, man. I'm out of here. Have a good night, morning. It is what it is. But peace.
Combination of both. No doubt, brother. So yeah, as we winding it up, man, listen, I like I said, man, I could do this 24/7, 365. I might get me a stream where I just start streaming for hours on end. But I think the awesome thing too, we've had streams where gentlemen have gone for multiple hours. I think I had one where I went for 7. So it ain't like I ain't got it in me. But at the same time, I do find much value in speaking to everyone here. So good night, good morning to anyone and everyone listening back in the playback, listening live now in the clouds. We are here. The time is 3:27 a.m. on the East Coast. And you are now here with Yellow Up and the Jackal. No, that's a ode to Snoop Dogg. I'm giving my age away here. But another part of the reason that I actually did this stream. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. No, I was just that Snoop line. It brought me back too.
Yeah, that Snoop line brought you back. So another reason that actually made me to do this stream was speaking to a gentleman, and he said, "Listen, you got to talk to the younger men because we have to reach them." Unfortunately, a lot of us in these spaces, once we're 30, bro, let it go. We kind of, we're going to figure out our own way. But it's much easier to build stronger men than fix broken men. You know what I mean? Build strong men out of boys than to fix broken men.
Exactly.
And that's very, so if we build those youth, we can definitely make for stronger future generations, right? So like, one of the things I promote is licensure with everything, because everything is regulated. And there's bunches of situations where you don't need your license. But, for example, as Real Deal was saying, he's getting into a situation now where, I see what you mean about assignments. Listen, assignments are good. And here's the thing, because people always say, oh, wait, you don't need your license to get into this business and the real estate business and da-da-da. Right. But I'd rather need it. I mean, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Because if you have your license, that doesn't mean that you can't do the deals that people do without a license. That just means that you can do the deals that people can't do without a license. Does that make sense?
Well, I try to tell people in business, man, credentials, they work differently than when you work in a job. Like when you have credentials in business, it just puts a different gloss over what you're doing. It's just the perception of people. This is what I say even about even when it comes to college degrees. Like as far as I'm concerned, a college degree just for working purposes to me is shit. I mean, because most people that have college degrees, they're working jobs where they didn't even need the shit. They didn't need a college degree. They could have just got trained. But in the business world, it gives people just make it seem like people will just look at you like you're just automatically an expert. I mean, even I would certifications to me are the most powerful thing, but even in the business sense, like they what happens in when it comes to this the licensing the problem that people with licensing run up against, and I know you know this, Alonzo, when they have to come across somebody with a license, if they have a college degree, they become antagonized by the person who doesn't have it and knows more than them. Like they will be so focused on trying to like compete against you. Like, I got a degree, you only got a certification or a license. But it's only because, I give a prime example. When me and my shorty was in Georgia, she went to my college to get her enroll agent classification. She went through the department where I actually took my test for my GRE when I was in my master's program. And but the same college had accounting program where people will go and pay what 20, 30,000, depending on what their money was like. But at the same school, they had it to where you could test for the enroll agent, where you didn't have to pay nowhere near the same amount of money. And I view the enroll agent as actually better because it gives you access to all tax jurisdictions. Whereas a CPA, you're only licensed in that particular state where you
way more valuable.
So, but when you come across most CPAs, they look down on enroll agents, even though they're more restricted than EAs. EAs can, go into all tax jurisdictions and operate on your behalf. So, and it's just that little nuance. But this is something I had, told my short years ago, so now, she's pursuing her, ultimately she want to get a PhD in healthcare management. But as far as her certifications, she got certs out the wazoo, and she really has unsettled people by knowing as much as she knows compared to people with MBAs who don't know shit, So I'll always tell people, like, even those people who get certs and get the licensing, it's always good to have, I don't care if it's just a bachelor's, man, that bachelor to kind of cover, it's like a cherry on top, because people still, just because of perception of things, because most people don't know anything about licensing and certification. They don't even understand that world. And so, because college degree is just one of the most well marketed products out here that really doesn't give people the value that they actually pay for across the board. So, but the thing about going to the certification route is when it operates in a apprenticeship type format. So you get to learn from people who actually do it and have done it for years, which ultimately, is better for you. Whereas, getting a college degree, unless you specialize in something like, unless you go on to school to be a doctor or a lawyer or a teacher, you know what I'm saying? Like, college degree is just a college degree. It doesn't say what you can do. So that's where these the power of licensing comes in.
Well, not to cut you off, but even with
with a business degree. Like a lot of those people who teach you business, quote unquote, and have never run a business.
Exactly.
So, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, it's all theoretical to them, you know. But that's most people out here anyway. Most people in the United States live off of theory. This is why you have all these damn movements out here, because it's all theoretical. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like,
that's true.
Where the money at? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you went to college. I mean, you went to college so you could get a job and make some money. So at the end of the day, like, what you're doing out here, is it really translating in terms of making money? Like, nobody's going to school to be some activist. No, you're going to school so you can get a job, get some money, or start a business or something like that. So, I mean, that's just really what it is. Like, we view the success based on the dollars you produce, you know, in terms of what you majored in. And so, you know, this is not some hobby type shit. You know what I'm saying? This is how you're gonna eat for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? So people just really are really just you know, a lot of people just really lost out here because they don't doing the things like the certification and stuff like that is just really people who are really willing to invest in themselves. And obviously they're gonna go further than the other people who don't. Everybody does a college degree, but when you look at it from a business standpoint, it has a different connotation than when you just applying for a job. Like it just hits differently, you know, in the business world. And so, and you know, Marshall, I had already knew this because I broke this down for her years ago, and she finally, you know, decided to pursue her ultimately her PhD in healthcare management, and she just has started back school recently. So because it's people just view it differently in the business world, and we know the business world is just that's a select group in the United States. It's not a big slice out there like that. So most other people just, you know, got the worker bee mentality.
Yeah, you got a ton of people with a worker bee mentality that aren't going to understand, like you said, licenses and credentials, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, they really should, because even when you go to college to get that job, you still have to have more licenses and credentials. And then you'll look for something that may set you apart from, you know, the other people who hold the same degree as you, right? Even people in real estate, right? I hold my real estate license in the state of New York, but I also have my smart home certification. So I'm a certified smart home specialist. Why did I find that important? Because I knew that millennials and, you know, Generation Z, these younger people, especially these younger kids, they're going to want a smart home. And as we get older, homes are just going to start getting smarter. I mean, for God's sakes, I got I want to get the Samsung refrigerator that links to your cell phone. So when you're in the grocery store, you could be like, oh, I wonder if I have milk. What's the date on the milk? And look it up right from your cell phone in the grocery store. So that certification set me apart. So people have to have some kind of an idea, because even when you're working at a job and you're the secretary, you get the certified typing 45 words per minute or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But what do you think, Ice?
Getting the extra certs. You said as far as getting the extra certifications and things being the wave of the future.
Yeah.
I believe it's very imperative. I mean, especially you have to kind of go with the times. You know, it's a, you know, it's an information world, and everything is based on technology. Technology is the wave of the future. You know, as what people look for now is, you understand, people look for convenience. Convenience is the most important thing. Like those houses, like the ones that you have to basically do the rehab with. A lot of the Generation Z kids don't have time for that. That's why they're basically getting into, they're also getting into properties that, they're pretty much getting robbed on. Those homes, the Ryan homes that they actually put up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're pretty much getting extorted. I mean, a townhome is like what, close to 300 and some change, and the quality of the material is
Sucks.
It's mind-boggling.
What's that building in Miami that fell recently? Why do you think that fell? Because they shot it up in 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
My brother actually lives in Miami. Every time he turns around, there's a new building being built. And, when we went out there to visit him for his wedding, was a year and a half, 2 years ago. It was just everything was under scaffoldings being rebuilt.
Mm.
I felt like I was back in New York. For real. But go ahead.
I was about to say, but that as far as that cert, how long did it take you to get that smart home certification?
That wasn't until I think it was like 30 days.
Mm.
Yeah. You got to do, and see, a lot of these certifications, I think why, and Rod, this might go back to his point as well. I think why, people go so hard for that college degree. Like you said, it's one of the best marketed things, but it's marketed so no matter what, if somebody has a college degree, you absolutely know they went through at least 4 years of something.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's true.
You don't know what a person did for a certification. Right? You don't know if it was 30 days, if all I had to do was sit on the computer and click a button.
Mm-hmm.
Think about, like if you're a cashier at Walmart, then, your training is, pretty simple. But if you're, syndicate, or not a syndicate trader, that's probably too specific. If you're like a currency transferer, that job is just as simple as a Walmart cashier. But people think it's different because, you're trading currency. No, they just put the number in the machine does the work, and then they give you the dollar bills that they're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Just like working at Walmart. So I can see where people would devalue a certification because they're like, well, you don't really have to go through much. I know you had to go through a lot to maybe get your security license, but everybody does that.
Mm-hmm.
So a college degree is like the end all be all.
Even though it's like it leaves people in debt. I know somebody that's so their student loan debt is 100,000. They only make 50,000, which it gets even more insane than this. They're getting ready to turn 30. The other piece is that they have to live in a apartments based on the location. They're paying close to $2,000 a month.
Jeez.
But you're only making 50,000 a year, and you have to drive 2 hours to work. And you basically started out working for the benefits. Versus, since you're young, you should still be about, the salary.
Right.
And do something else on the side for the benefits.
Yeah.
Hustling backwards. But, you can't tell a person anything because, I have a master's degree. You don't. I'm smarter than you, so my opinion matters. Anything you say is ridiculous because, I have a master's degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people that it's so funny, man, because the people who the people who attack a lot out here tend to be a lot of people who are actually educated people in terms of having college degrees. There is always going to be an uneasiness as it relates to when people work for somebody else. I mean, that's just the nature of it. Like, because you're not in control. Like, somebody else is controlling your livelihood. So a lot of times that plays out between people, you know, employee to employee, or when a person tries to alert them, like, hey, maybe you should start thinking a different way, you know, because a lot of times people don't want to have to come to the conclusion that, damn, I shouldn't have majored in that. I shouldn't have spent all this money on this degree. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like I said before, like I'm sure, like for the whole thing, I think for paying for the test and the study books, I think was my shorty took a total like maybe $400, as opposed to somebody who's been 4 years in school, you know, and then have to pay, you know, for the exam. You know, they could pay $30,000-$40,000, and they got less power, as far as I'm concerned, less versatility. So, you know, at the end of the day, like that's, you know, and it was at the same school like I went to. So it was like, they like, we're gonna get paid anyway. If you pay for the program, we'll take your money here. If you pay for the license, okay, we'll take that money too. You know, but we ain't gonna tell you. We're rather for you to spend the $40,000. So it's just and see, when you have information out here that's proliferating, you can't really. I mean, you got people who fought for consumers so they can have more choices and more information. So the information has to be out there. So if you got people, these consumer advocates out here that's fighting for information to be made available to you as a consumer, and you still operate like there's no information, then it's on you. It ain't on the system and all this other shit that people like to use. It's on you because, quite frankly, you're lazy, you know. And it's this quote. Man, it's this quote that I like in this book I got. God, man, I had to save it in one of my notes, man.
Yeah.
It was so. It was in this book I have. Here it is, right here. Formal education will make you a living. Self-education will make you a fortune. That's the difference.
Well, that's absolutely true. Even evidenced, for example, even like in my field, and I use my field actually very important because we're just talking about licenses and the credentials, right? But even in my field, you have people who have, you know, a lot of the licenses and credentials, but they didn't go further to learn anymore. Like, prime example, Ron, if you ask most licensed insurance agents what's premium financing, they won't even know that that's a thing.
Man, I'm still tripping off of that, bro. I'm still tripping off of that, bro. Like,
you know what? I should drop that. Hold on, because I don't think you heard about what premium financing is.
Uh-uh.
All right, Ryan, you want to tell them? Go ahead and tell them, because you still tripping off it.
Basically, where you can get, in a nutshell, you can apply for a loan from lenders that will actually pay for your premium on your life insurance policies.
So I'll drill down even further. So it's only for a cash value life insurance policy, right? So this is a policy that's probably going to grow back at an interest rate higher than what you borrowed, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, it's only for if you're financing large amounts of life insurance. So because the larger the amount, the larger the premium, the faster the cash value grows. So the faster you'll actually be able to pay back the loan that you're borrowing to pay for your life insurance. But ain't nobody ever tell you that you could take a loan out to buy life insurance. That the life insurance will pay the loan for you as long as you live. Then your life insurance loan will be paid off.
And then they use the policy as collateral, right?
Yes.
Man, that's...
So if you die, then your loan's paid off.
Wow.
And if you live, then your policy pays off your loan. So, yeah. Rod definitely like that shit.
Yeah, you definitely put me on a couple. You put me on that and the mix.
Oh yeah, the Mac is definitely. So there's also something else called the Tamra 7 Pay. Like I said, this goes back to the being self-taught. And again, why I say that's valuable in this industry, because again, you'll get people who are licensed who don't know a lot, and then you'll get people who may self-teach themselves. Like now, you've got a lot of people who do things like crypto are self-learning. Mm-hmm. Now you'll have people like myself who I speak against it all the time. I'm always like, oh, the self-taught, but I got to realize I'm also self-taught, because when I speak to other financial professionals, I'd be like, yo, well, how the fuck did you get your license?
Yo, it's from New York. Yeah, he just asked him.
So, but I realize that here's the difference between a college degree and a license or certificate. Usually, a license or certificate implies a one-time exam, whereas with a degree, you're considered to have been proven tested, because you've been tested over time throughout 4 years. Even though everybody knows in college, you don't even study what the fuck you go to college for till like the last semester of your senior year.
Yep. Some bullshit.
But, and everything else is core classes. Or maybe some electives. And what do we all take? Fucking, French. Right? Everybody, I'm going to speak French. Okay. Or fucking, fucking somebody takes dance, or something dumb, some elective class that you think you'll be easy to pass, and then it's like the hardest shit ever.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when we think of a collegiate degree. When you think of a certificate, usually you think of someone who's going through a trade. And I don't know why, because tradesmen make the most money in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And tradesmen will never be not valuable. Like, financial advisors will be not necessary before a tradesman.
Mm-hmm.
And I am a financial advisor, so I definitely don't want to be not necessary. But when it comes to, shit like HVAC or auto mechanic and welding, and that's never going to be obsolete. You know what I mean? Just like with tech will never be obsolete, because you're always going to have a new update, and somebody's got to fucking patch it in and all that other shit.
Mm.
Right? Now, you might need less people in tech over time as automation grows, but you're still gonna need at least one guy to fucking run the fan and cool the mainframe, if nothing else.
Mm.
Right? So shit like that, bro. Yeah. For real.
Makes sense. Yeah, indeed, man. I'm about to take it on in, man.
It's getting a little late. It's 4:00 in the morning over here on the East Coast, and
Yeah, I'm about to get on this game and relax.
shit, I ain't mad at you. I would get on the game. I'm about to get on this thing called the bed.
Real rap.
Word. And call it a night. But definitely I appreciate it, gentlemen. I'm probably gonna be doing more of these. I like the late night because then I'm not particularly dedicated to any specific time frame. So I can go for hours or minutes. But the next times I come up, I will be coming back up with more concepts. Like I said, the marriage insurance, buying a house, and like I said, the last thing before I let us go, the strategy, if we're living paycheck to paycheck, and we know we've got senior family members, let's make sure that we make it our business that instead of coming together for great grandma when she got a fish fry and we got to do a fish fry for Big Mama, let's all of us come together and say, look, Big Mama is 92 this year. Let's go ahead and all of us put $50 in instead of everybody putting $25-$50 in so Big Mama could go to the casino. Let's put $25-$50 a month in, and there's 17 of us. 17 of us put in $25, $1,000, $2,500, whatever it is, and then we use that toward the premium. When Big Mama dies, we all gonna get a big check. Then we can pay for Big Mama's funeral. We can also pay for the house that Big Mama left to us. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all like that content, hit the like. I see we got the comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You see the Cash App if you'd like to donate. Shout out to everybody who hit the Cash App. And remember this, ladies and gentlemen, when people challenge you, they don't challenge you to challenge you, but they challenge you to challenge you. Accept the challenge. Salute.